All right. Thank you all for being here today. Let's call this to order. The public regular meeting of the Board of Education for April 28th, 2026 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on PPS website under the Board and Meetings tab. This meeting is also streamed on PPS YouTube page as well as being replayed on channel 28. Good evening and welcome. Thank you all for taking your time of your day to care about public education. Before we get started, some housekeeping reminders. We have a lot of community members in attendance today. If you brought some signs, a couple of reminders, please hold your signs below your chin level so people behind you can see it. Also, signs must be kept on your person at all times. Please do not post it around the room. For safety reasons, we need to keep all the walkways and aisles clear. Don't trip on your way up or down. And also, lastly, and most importantly, be respectful to each other. All right, first off, we're going to begin with the consent agenda. Board members, if there's any items you would like to pull for a separate discussion, please indicate that now.
I do have some general questions.
Okay, let's put it on the table first, or unless you want to pull something.
I'm actually not sure how to do it, Eddie, because it's related, sorry, Chair Wong. It's related to the pool RFP process of which these contracts are part of. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's put it on the table because there's some
Okay.
flexibility afterwards. Ms. Powell, are there any changes to the consent agenda? Thank you. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved. So moved.
Vice Chair to pass moves.
Second.
Director Sullivan seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. All right, let's begin with board discussion. Ms. Director LaForte.
So, I guess I would be directing this to the RISE department. Is there anyone here? All right.
Sarah Norman, Executive Director, RISE.
You snuck right in there. I didn't even see you like, this will be quick. So since we function as the local contract review board, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what's happening here as we continue to see contracts come into a pool. So we're establishing contractor pools for bond work, which means, and I'm going to tell you my interpretation, you tell me if I'm right, that we are putting out an RFP to multiple vendors to be selected to be part of a pool from which we will assign work, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Once we have that pool established, how is the work assigned?
We have a metrics that we use with our purchasing and contracting department, and I'm going to allow TJ to go ahead and walk through that. I believe we answered this question to you in writing prior to this meeting.
Just got it right
Okay.
before I got here, but I do like to do it publicly, so
you
I
got
just give
it.
you guys a heads up. Yeah, about what I'm going to ask.
Hi, good evening. My name is TJ Hopkins, Senior Program Director of the RISE Bond Program. And your question again, Director LaForte?
Once the contractor pool is established, how is the work within the pool assigned?
So it's assigned based on RFP ranking order, and there may also be other considerations given. Let me find that. Such as the firm's capacity.
Current workload.
Yes, I apologize. Their current workload and their fit to perform the specific work.
So the note says that Presidio will implement a selection matrix. Does that selection matrix already exist?
It does.
Okay. I would love to have a copy. And does it include cost?
We actually know it does not, but because they have to be assigned a scope of work that then they put in a proposal for, and then that contract comes back before the board for approval.
So where's the competitive process in there? Because I know that the RFPs that have been attached to what we're looking at today, cost is not a factor. to
Correct.
get into the pool. So if you're in the pool and let's say, we're looking at a bunch of, I think it's HVAC contracts today. There's a job. Where's the competitive process in
The
there?
competitive process is in qualification. We're not looking for best price. We're looking for best value for the district. So what we are doing is we're qualifying our outreach goes to every firm that wants to work for PPS. And then we qualify them ranked on the qualifications within the RFP. And then we go through a process of putting them through a matrix, looking at they've already been qualified by the RFP. Then we do another matrix, workload, type of service, their capacity, and what they can serve for the district. And then they are assigned a project that then they put in a price proposal for.
So at no point, once you're in that pool, is there any sort of any sort of quoting between multiple vendors within the pool?
No, there is not.
Huh.
It's, again, we are not doing a low price, lump sum competitive bid process. We are doing a qualified, best value-based bid for the district, not low price.
But there's no point in the process that I'm seeing right now where price is even a factor. It's not even in the RFP.
Correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, that's a problem for me.
I have a question or a comment as well. That was very similar to my question. I've worked for the city of Portland and did this type of work where we established a pool based on qualifications. So you're looking at, can they do the work, and you're looking for references. And my question had to do with also how you're assigning them. I know in the department I worked in, we didn't look at whether they could do it on their schedule. We looked at if we'd use them for every project. So we tried to pull from the diversity of that pool.
Correct.
So we assigned like numerical value to, you went first last time, you went second. So
Exactly. And that is part of the consideration is the ranking order. And then on top of that, we also have the discretion to look through for best fit, capacity, as Sarah had stated.
right. And with this type of work, you want to get a contractor that's done that kind of work before, so they're not learning on your project. So I understand that. When you say ranking, are they ranked based on a point system? Or is it just assigned your number one in the door, number two, number three?
It is. It's based on the
and you
criteria.
rotate?
It's based on the
There's a ranking criteria within the
in there.
RFP.
Yes.
And then there's an evaluation committee that ranks there's an evaluation committee that looks at every proposal that is submitted to the district.
Okay.
And then that is ranked in accordance with the weighted percentages within the RFP. And then at the end of that evaluation period with that committee, then the awarded contractors, partners are ranked in that order with that number matrix.
And so they would be called first if they're ranked higher?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's,
Okay.
depending on what how large the pool is.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Who's on the evaluation committee?
we would have to pull.
We
So
would-
purchasing and contracting keeps
Runs
record
that.
of who's on that. We would have to go back and look and see who's all on the individual proposals on the
And
committee.
I was going to say, which RFP and which pool are you asking? Or are you asking for all? We just have to
You
follow
just said
back.
there was an evaluation committee, so I just was asking a
There was
follow-up
an
question.
evaluation committee for every single pool RFP that we sent out, and they were all different people, and that's run through our purchasing and contracting department, and we would have to follow up with that information.
And when you say our, do you mean PPS or Presidio?
PPS.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. And then, so if a piece of work goes out within this contract pool that is, let's just pretend it's $150,000, which would normally be our threshold for board approval of a contract. With the current setup, would we see that? Because it sounds to me like we wouldn't, because we've already approved this pool and this large number of $3 million that we're being asked to approve today. How would that come back to the board, or would it?
It would not come back to the board based on my conversation with
That's what I thought.
the senior contract analyst.
Yeah, and I just wanted to just step in and say that it's the similar same way that we have processed contracts for years and years. I know we had this conversation back in December about low bid and what triggers an acceptance or an approval, and it's I don't know if Chief Tancre wants to speak more to just the legal aspect of that, but yeah, it's the way in which we've operated for quite some time. Do
And
you want to add to that?
I think I learned my lesson at the last meeting where I spoke off the cuff about contractual statutes. So if there are questions, I'm happy to follow through in detail, but I probably shouldn't just give you an answer off the cuff. I failed the exam last time.
Okay, thanks.
And I'd just like to say, Dr. Armstrong, you're correct. We've had other contracts in this manner that support the bond program services, such as the MOVE contracts, seismic and roofing architectural services were sent out this way, as well as hazardous material consulting and abatement to support the bond program.
And not only the ones that we've recently done just for the 2020 and 2025 bond, but this is Oregon procurement law. And so this statute has been in place for well before we even stepped into the role that we are currently serving within PPS.
That's what I was pulling
Sorry.
Chief
I'm not the
Tancre to
attorney.
talk to about, like, there's some legal things that we have to mind with the public
Yes.
contracting. But
And I don't want to get into the details of them. I'm sorry.
No,
I wasn't
that's
being
fine.
very specific.
Yeah.
There is a legal framework for exactly this process, and I think the best thing to do if you have questions is let us outline that for you. It is what was done before. It is what PPS has done. It isn't unique to Presidio. But beyond that, then I would want to kind of have Emily or our purchasing and contracting team come and explain the exact process they go through for each contract. Did I answer the question now?
Yes,
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions?
I do have one more question. Is there maybe a comment that when the work is assigned, I am a bit surprised that within the pool that there wouldn't be at least a request for quotes, the competitive quotes from the vendors that are in the pool. So right now it sounds like give us your number and we write the check and
I mean, I'm sure the team can speak to that, but I
They
think
have to
that
submit their hourly rates.
Yeah.
So you have to remember that every single RFP that we're talking about right now is professional services. So what they are, and we are following every Oregon purchasing statute that is currently on the books. And it is a very typical purchasing manner that we're doing. And one of the reasons we went through this competitive model was to show the competitive, like how many people wanted to do work with PPS, and then narrowing that down and making sure that we had the best value and best qualified contractors or professionals to work with the district. And so now that they're in the pool, we are able to look at those professionals and we're able to assign them work in accordance with what they are best at and what they are best to do for the district. And so we then do an evaluation. It's not like they write us a proposal and we say, oh yeah, that's great. We don't evaluate it. We actually do a cost benefit evaluation of the proposal that's presented to us prior to it ever coming back to the board. So we'll go back and we'll negotiate with that contractor or that services back and forth as many times as we want to make sure that we provide best value to the district.
If I could add one other concept under the statutory scheme, that it's not actually permitted under Oregon law to award it based solely on price.
Exactly.
I realize
Right,
that's
but-
not what you're asking. I
right,
wanna ask
but we
the
don't have
contractor.
any requirement in here for price at all because the RFPs are attached to the contracts and there is no requirement for price. And I realize we may meet Oregon statute, but we have our own purchasing policies. And part of that policy is that the board will see contracts that are over $150,000. And what I just heard is with this format, we will not. So for that reason, I'll be voting no.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
Can I ask a clarifying question about process? Do we want to pull those contracts out, or you're going to just vote no on the consent agenda? Is that a fair question to ask? Sorry.
That would make
Yes.
sense.
pull for a separate vote is what's typically done, I think.
Yeah.
Can you indicate which
Let's see.
numbers you would like to pull?
It's like all of them except for the last two, the architectural.
I think you're right.
Or
It would be, sorry, I'm waiting on the internet. So it looks like the McDonald Miller Facility Solutions.
97770.
Yes.
Street.
Any others?
This
Sarah,
will
if I
have-
call these out, can you tell me? So
I
otherwise
have to get my
load each
computer.
one. Okay.
I don't have it in front of me, sorry.
I think
I will
it's all
say
of
that-
them
All of
except for the
them,
final
actually.
two. Half of them are for HVAC and the other half are for building commissioning.
Okay. I mean, this
The lighting
will,
one's
this will
different.
affect, these are commissioning services for some of the modernizations, so this will affect schedule. In regard to lead credits that we are going for the program.
Sorry,
Oh, it's
we'll,
just
we'll
a
still be
separate
voting.
vote. It's just a
Yeah, we're
separate
still
vote.
voting on it
Oh,
today.
okay, I'm sorry, thank you.
We're just pulling it for a separate vote.
Okay.
So is it New Dorfer? Yeah,
So
New
we have
Dorfer, so
97772.
97772. And you're faster than me. I just want to make sure they're all, 97774, thanks.
Johnson Controls.
Johnson Controls is not part of that, I don't think. I think that's part of a co-op, but it's for goods and services, so I wasn't concerned about that one. It's not part of the HVAC. The Johnson Services is not part of HVAC, is it?
I'm looking it up right now.
I believe it might be controls
Yeah, it's control.
It's controls.
Oh, okay.
for HVAC.
So, yeah, let's include that. And I'm gonna check, looking at 97781.
So you're wanting all these to be checked separately?
Hold on one second. Yeah, so 97781.
Stantec.
I wish this was faster. I think that's the last
I
one.
think it's every single one except for the last one. It's all, or the ones that are the not to exceed number with the amount listed, I think are the ones that Director LaForte is referring to.
Because
So
it's not-
97800 and 97808 are
Could
the
we
ones
just,
not.
could we just pull them all and if you're gonna vote no on all of them?
Well, no, because I'm not going to vote no on Must Go because that is separate. We have a separate agreement with them as a district, and they're not part of this. We already have an agreement.
We could still vote separately on all of that.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I had my mic off. We could still vote separately on all of them, which might be cleaner than trying to have a consent agenda with one item on it.
That was what I was trying to get at. Thank you.
I have a question, Eddie.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that we did this whole process, so we have a lot of people in the pool, so when we need somebody, they're there, and we don't have to do an RFP for everybody. Is that correct? I mean, we do it, but not
That's
every time we need an HVAC person, we don't have to go out.
That's
for-
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
And it's also going to support concurrent projects, multiple projects, and give us the ability to keep moving those consolidated projects forward.
And it's the ability for the ability for the district to plan and get things going in a design process prior to having to go into construction. The whole reason we did these pools is so that we could move faster for the district. We have to have these design professionals and all of the professionals that we have required and put out for competitive bid, so that when we were identifying a project within the 2025, 2020 bond, or even anything left over from 2017, we have to have a professional that can create documents for us to then be able to go to the land use committee, go to the city, and then be able to go out for procurement for contracting and construction. And so the whole point of this was to do a competitive process so the district would have at their disposal those professionals that we then could assign projects to, get a price proposal for that, and start having projects on the shelf for the district to be able to move forward with.
Yes, so my question for Virginia is, so now you think they've been approved, but now you think we should approve again by looking at
No.
different prices?
What I'm
for
saying
different
is that
people?
they were accepted into the pool with criteria that did not include price.
Yeah.
So are they capable of doing the job? Yes. So we've got this large pool of vendors. once a job becomes, once we have a job for them, for this pool of, let's just say, if these HVAC contractors, how is that business assigned? Let's say there's 10 businesses in it. Who gets the work? What I'm hearing is that the matrix that has been developed does not include any sort of cost analysis or competitive pricing. Like, I would love to see something like that where if you're interested in the work, you submit a quote. Let me finish. I understand that they're pre-qualified, but they're not pre-qualified on anything related to cost methodology. And even the second step within the pool, cost still isn't a factor. We're a public school district. We have to have quotes. We need to have RFQs. Like, I don't feel comfortable as a board member not evaluating price. We get audited. We have a bond auditor. Like, we have to, cross our
May I
T's and
just
dot our I's.
interrupt and call the question? And I have an anecdote, because we've had, since I've been on the board, we've had schools that had the heating and cooling go out. And if you don't have that pool,
We can have the pool. They can just bid on it.
if you don't have the pool, you have a school that goes several days without heat in the wintertime. So I'm just saying, can we just go ahead and vote as one with all of these and see where we land, and then continue the conversation in the interest of time?
Yeah. Or maybe we could just rename it the non-consent agenda. Yes, Director Engelsman.
Sorry, I have one question that just popped up when I'm hearing all of this. So in my world, when the court system or anybody does something similar, there is a market rate above which or below which they just have a rate. And if an attorney wants to contract in the state or federal system, they have to agree, and even in the civil system, when a court is assigning attorney's fees at the end of a case, there's a market value, which is often much lower than many of the civil practitioners earn in their private lives. Is there anything like that?
So within the, they do have to, all of these are professional services, and everyone had to submit professional rates within their scope of work. And so then once they are assigned a project, they evaluate how many hours and how many people will need to work on that. And then that is provided to the district, and that is the quote that is given for the project. And so again, we are only talking about the design and development of a project. We're not this does not include construction. This is just design and development, and so professional services. Those are the contracts that we're talking about.
And so as a follow-up to that, in this committee, if this group is A on this list, and you say, we're pulling you because you're at the top of today's list, and then they submit values that are much higher than market rate,
We can reject them.
okay.
We can absolutely reject them.
And they know that,
Yes.
and then there's B and C
It's
and
not
D
a free-
waiting. Okay.
Exactly. It's
Okay.
not a free-for-all. It's not like open checkbook. They're still competitive within the pool. But we go through that sequence. We can always reject the initial proposal if we're unable to negotiate to fair terms or market rate. We can always reject and kick them out and go to the next person that's within the pool. Absolutely.
And all of that, I'm assuming, is all of that is getting kept track of, so if somebody wants to look and say,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
All
I
right.
think we need a motion to take all of the, so I'm gonna, do you want to make the
We'll
motion?
just
or-
vote on each one separately.
Do we need a motion to say we're gonna pull each out and vote
No,
separately?
because I think it's within in
Okay.
the consent agenda, any board member can pull, because then it becomes a non-consent agenda. So I guess that's what we have, a non-consent agenda. So we will vote on each one of these one by one. All right. Actually, I do have a question for legal. Do we have to move and second for each one now?
Yes, I'm sorry, technically.
I'm sorry, too. Can I ask one more question? I just want to be clear. We will not see any of the contracts for the work in these pools. They will not come to the board.
No.
Okay.
Please, Sarah, correct me, and I will triple check with Emily, who has been our contracting expert, listening to this, and she's saying no as well. You are approving the $3 million threshold, and this is, or what is it, 3 million?
It is. Yes.
And it can be 500,000 within there, it can be 400,000, whatever. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want to be buddies? Make a bunch of motions, I'll second them. But I'm just trying to be fast.
Absolutely.
Yes. Do I have a motion and second to adopt resolutions 9770?
So moved.
Second.
Director Split
I'm
moves.
sorry, Roseanne's asking.
Oh, I'm
Those are the contract numbers. The resolution numbers are starting in a different. We have to
Got it.
start with the most recent resolution number. So the
So I'm
next
not sure how
resolution
I
number
word this.
is
Oh.
It's 7298.
7298 and then
Okay.
A, B, C, D, E? Okay.
Doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
Chair Wong, I think
Yeah.
we're suggesting that you do resolution 7298A, 7298B, and it'll just be simpler than trying to create new numbers.
Okay. Are they labeled as such? A, B?
No.
They're not. They're in
Now
the
you
board
lost me
book-
because I
no.
have no.
Okay, so we're going to assign resolution 7298, and this will be
Got
A,
it.
B,
Okay.
C.
And I'll
But
just name
maybe-
which one is A and which one's B.
Yes, maybe
To
you
be
say
clear.
A, McDonald
All right.
Miller, B, Nord.
Got it. Thank you.
In a different order.
All right. Yeah, I'll just go off this just because of that. All right. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 7298A, which is 97770?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Director Split moves. I don't have to read this over and over again. We'll now vote on resolution 7298A. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
I think I'm abstaining.
Yes.
I have another question.
Oh,
So I
abstentions?
don't have all the information. I have one question, and it sounds like there's no more questions.
Yeah, we called the question.
I know.
So,
So I.
do you want to ask the question for the next one?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Chair
Resolution
Wong?
7298A has been approved by a vote of 5 to 1 to 1. And Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7298B, which is 9772?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And you want to ask your question?
Yes. Sorry, I should have asked this earlier. I have a question about the language in the second column, the contract term. So if we approve these, it's not 3 million, it's 15, 12 million, 15 million, is that right? Am I reading that right? Because it's option to renew for 4 additional one-year terms through April of 2031?
It's over 5 years. It's 3 million over 5 years.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry.
It's not 3 million each year.
No, it's 3 million over 5 years.
30 million?
3 million. 3 million.
Okay, that's helpful,
3
thank you.
million.
Over 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll now vote on Resolution 7298B. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. B has passed by a vote of 6 to 1 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7298C, 97774?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, we'll now vote on Resolution 7298C. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7298C has been approved by a vote of 6 to 1. Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7298D, which is contract 97780?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we'll now vote on Resolution 7298D. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7298D has been approved by a vote of 6 to 1. Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7298E, 97781?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We'll now vote on Resolution 7298E. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion, second to adopt Resolution 7298F, F, which is 97784.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We'll now vote on resolution 7298F. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7298F has been approved by a vote of 6-1 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Do I have a motion second to adopt resolution 7298G, which is 97788?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We'll now vote on resolution 7298G. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7298G has been approved by a vote of 6-1. Student Representative voting yes. Resolution 7298H, I know my alphabet. All right, 97794. All those, sorry.
So moved.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We'll now vote on resolution 7298H. All those in favor indicate, say yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7298H has been approved by a vote of 7-0. Student Representative voting yes. Do I have a motion second to adopt resolution 7298I, which is 97800?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We'll now vote on resolution 7298I. Please, all those approve? Those,
Yes.
please indicate, say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative?
Yes.
Thank you. 7298I approved by a vote of 7-0. Student Representative voting yes. And last one, resolution 7298K, or sorry, J, my bad. I don't know my alphabet. 97808.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We'll now vote on resolution 7298J. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student Representative?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7298J has been approved by a vote 6-1. Student Representative voting yes. Thank you. Now, with all that done, and we are now at public comment. General public comment. As just a reminder, as those of you know, we have increased the number of public comment spots through this new process. This time it is again full, so you'll have 2 minutes. We'll first start with our student comments and then move to our general comments. Before we begin, some general guidelines. First, the board thanks you for taking your time to attend this meeting and provide your comments, your input. It helps improve our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections. As board members, just some reminders, as board members, we are here to listen, not engage in conversation with those who are testifying. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We also request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent office as a personnel matter. As you know, the board does not manage personnel matters. I will also remind PPS staff who are giving public comment that they may not provide public testimony about students that could violate confidentiality protections under FERPA. This includes testimony using information that could identify students, especially their school community, by use of direct or indirect linkages such as school, grade, special education, or other status. For materials you would like the board to have, such as handouts or pictures, please hand them over to Ms. Powell over there on your left. In order for the board to conduct its business, we ask that audience members please refrain from calling out, interrupting speakers, or otherwise disrupting the meeting. We appreciate everyone's cooperation in maintaining a respectful environment for all in attendance. Thank you. With that, oh, sorry, my bad. If you would have additional items you would like the board to receive, you are always free to email them at publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. If you did not get a chance to finish your public comment and would like to have the board, and we do read all the emails, you may also send that in as well. When you are up at the what is that called? Table? Dais? Yeah, you have 2 minutes to speak. After about 2 minutes, when you see the yellow light go off, you have 30 seconds before the end, and when it turns red, please finish up your comment. Let's start with our students. Ms. Powell, could you call up the first 3 students?
We don't have any students signed up.
We don't have any students signed up.
We do not.
All right, let's move on to general. Can you call the first 3?
Yes, Beth Kavanaugh, Boomy Heliker, and Ayla Erchin.
Chair Wong, as they're walking up, just for the record, you had a motion and a second on your on Resolution 7298, and you probably just I want to just state it's mooted by moving all the other ones. It's pretty obvious, but I want to call that out.
All right, you may begin in the order that you're called.
Isla Erchin, E-R-C-I-N. I am the parent of a PPS student and co-chair of the Parent Advisory Committee of the Fund for PPS. I'm here asking for your help today to fix a broken system that's producing significantly worse outcomes for our children. As I think you all know, the Parent Advisory Committee has almost no money to distribute for staffing next year. The money we were able to distribute this year was all from Legacy Foundation funding. That money is going to go away. The equity grants from foundation funds are also now a thing of the past. I'll use Roosevelt High School as an example. In the 23-24 school year, Roosevelt received a $50,000 grant from foundation money. Looking at the PFSP union salary scale, that would be enough to pay the half-time salary of the college career coordinator at Roosevelt that is set to be cut next year because of budget cuts. So these are real people who are losing their jobs because of these decisions. Similarly, the education assistant union scale starts at $20 an hour. The average equity grant at a school is $18,000. So every school could have some part-time EA work. Now is not the time to refuse funding when we're advocating for the state to increase funding and working to convince legislatures that we use our resources wisely. We cannot rebuild trust until the system is fixed, unfortunately. I've seen that from the inside. The current head of the fund describes significant governance and organizational problems at the fund that have to be overhauled before it can be successful. Let's fix it all at the same time. At our school, parents want to help, but when they have to choose between their teachers who are asking them for help with a 33-kid elementary school classroom or a fund that its own leaders describe as poorly set up, of course they're going to choose that local giving with direct accountability as opposed to a black hole, unfortunately. We can rebuild trust and build a system that works, but our kids can't wait. So either pause the foundation policy now while we fix this and create a transition plan, or decide tonight to implement a pause if the fund does not raise its promised $1 million in unrestricted money for staffing by the end of June. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Beth Kavanaugh, C-A-V-A-N-A-U-G-H. I'm a parent of 2 Cleveland High School students, and I'm here today to express my gratitude for the work that has been happening behind the scenes to build the Fund for PPS, and my curiosity and interest in where we go from here. So thank you to Nick Brodnicki, the interim executive director, who I saw as I walked in tonight, who's been working tirelessly for the last few months to build relationships that strengthen our district community, and Jackie Wers serving as the Fund's board chair. I signed up to be a school liaison to the fund, and I'm very excited to start meeting the other liaisons. I'm looking forward to bringing my school community into the loop of what's going on at the fund and sharing priorities that come up in my school into conversation with other liaisons. In my experience serving on district committees in the past, there's no better way to inspire creativity and build trust, relationships, and understanding between school communities than by getting into a room together, learning about our commonalities and our experiences, as well as the differences, and rolling up our sleeves to work together towards a common goal. These opportunities to feel connected across the district help me feel less alone and less overwhelmed, knowing that we can start taking tangible steps together toward a future that looks better. We can't wait and see. We need to help out. We need to get involved, and we need to make it work. I'm here tonight with 3 asks. First, getting involved. Reach out to the fund to find out if your school or cluster needs a representative, and consider volunteering as a school liaison or member of the Parent Advisory Committee. Second, this Thursday, day after tomorrow, April 30th, is PPS Giving Day. Making a $10 per student contribution to show our support for the Fund for PPS creates real tangible benefits for kids, like making sure the successful reading results high-intensity tutoring program reaches kids who needs it most in all schools. You can donate at fundforpps.org/givingday. And finally, please attend the School Funding Forum on Thursday, May 7th from 6 to 8 at Lincoln High School with Senator Kate Lieber and Representative Tana Sanchez in attendance, hosted by CPPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Maya Pueo van Gelden, Susan Carson, and Suzanne Clark.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Clark, C-L-A-R-K-E. I'm a parent at Roosevelt High School, and I'm also a former member of the inaugural Parent Advisory Committee for the District-Wide Fund, which I like to call our fund, our foundation. When I learned that parents from a few schools were rallying to pause foundation reform, I immediately reached out to those parents to learn more about their concerns. One of them told me that some money is better than no money, referring to the dollars that local school foundations were willing to raise for their schools versus the $0 that they're currently donating to the district-wide fund. I heard them say that LSFs would need to have an incentive to donate to our foundation. On a call with a PAWS supporter, we came up with an idea. LSFs should encourage their communities to donate to our foundation to support programs like Reading Results, the high-impact tutoring program that the district-wide foundation robustly funded last year. While some schools may need more tutors, there are certainly children struggling with literacy in every building. Other PAWS supporters I engaged with expressed a strong desire to support tutoring. When we talk, when we listen, when we connect, we can do better. Philanthropy should accelerate progress, not maintain the status quo. If we only choose to donate mostly to our own schools, we are missing opportunities to help the students struggling the most in all schools. And we are missing opportunities to make the greatest impact, which of course helps us all. That's what's so special and important about the Parent Advisory Committee for our foundation. Philanthropy should not be an exercise of power or privilege. It should be about transparency, exploration, and coming together to communicate ideas to solve our biggest problems. Thank you so much. Let's play.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Carson, C-A-R-S-O-N. I'm the parent of a junior at McDaniel High School, and I'm here to ask you to maintain the current local schools foundation policy. The policy was adopted 2 years ago through a careful, thorough process that included community input from schools with and without foundations. The policy change was the right thing to do then, and maintaining it is the right choice now. Reinstating the old policy will do nothing to solve the district's current budget crisis and would be choosing inequity. Funding staff through parent donations at foundation schools never did and would not now free up funds for staff at non-foundation schools. Instead of writing letters to the board about revisiting this policy, we should be spending our time writing legislators and pressing the governor to call an emergency session to address the budget's shortfall. Instead of limiting our advocacy to our own schools, we can bring our communities together in shared purpose. Instead of retreading the same arguments over and over again, we can work together by volunteering as school liaisons to the district-wide fund, or serving on the fund's parent advisory committee, helping make decisions on where to direct funds for the greatest impact. There are many ways to get involved. I encourage everyone to attend the School Funding Forum event on May 7th at Lincoln High School to learn more about the current funding landscape and discuss ways to bring impactful revenue back into all of our schools. Please keep the foundation policy in place and focus the district's time and attention on solutions that address the root causes of our funding crisis. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. Here we are again. My name is Maya Pueo van Geldern, last name spelled Vongeldern. I'm here to speak tonight in support of our district-wide foundation. I'll start by saying that as a member of the district-wide site council or village table, I'm constantly reminded of the saying, "It takes a village to raise a child." I'm a result of a strong village, and I have enough experience in mutual aid and community organizing to see how collaborative work can change a community. At each of the recent PPS engagement sessions, we have seen that every community, while having some very unique experiences, are facing the same concerns: too large class sizes, not enough small group instruction, limited programming, crumbling buildings, etc. We are all seeing what happens to our beloved staff due to cuts. My children's school is slated to lose 5.4 FTE next year. This isn't a fundraising issue. This is a state funding issue. One of the reasons the district-wide foundation is taking time to get going is foundation schools have not engaged, and those speaking up now have said all along that they wouldn't. Why would a small handful of schools out of 81 schools be permitted to buy staff when it is known that PPS does not allocate funding based on expectations that LSFs will raise money? How would pausing the policy reform get these parents invested in the district-wide fund? A pause would only prolong the action needed by our state to actually fund our schools and would continue to give foundation schools an excuse to only focus in. Private fundraising dollars were supposed to be a 2 to 3 year Band-Aid until this state figured out how to fix education funding after passing Measure 5 and 50. Almost 3 decades later, we finally addressed it. We don't need to roll back this progressive step forward. The state will never figure out how to fund quality schools if we keep putting a Band-Aid back on an ever-growing wound. And even then, when we were allowed fundraising for FTE, I don't know a single foundation school that felt that they were fully funded. It just wasn't the fix. We've been building momentum, and I think that momentum right now is really important. And I think that by going back to something that wasn't working for all, we lose that momentum.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Powell, can you call the next three?
Charlie Shu, Karen Slotsky Forsyth, and Kate Gilmore.
You may begin when ready, in the order you're called.
I think we're out of order. Is that okay?
State your name. Thank you.
My name is Kate Gilmore, Gilmore. I have 2 boys in PPS in 2nd grade and 7th grade. I'm here to ask you to pause the implementation of the current fundraising model and revert back temporarily to the former model until the district-wide fund for PPS has time to create clear processes, distribution methods, and trust. This pause is the change management phase that was skipped during the transition, when instead of methodical planning, a working revenue stream was dismantled before the new infrastructure was ready to catch it. When the restrictions on foundations were enacted in '24, the district and our communities were in a very different place. The intent of decreasing the roles of these foundations and focusing on district-wide fundraising was very good. Bring together businesses, donors, and community groups to provide extra resources beyond what the school district budget covers on behalf of all schools. Unfortunately, our financial situation is worse now. The economy is struggling, budget cuts affect every child in the district, and we have yet to gain traction on increasing state funding, although we plan to continue that advocacy. We need to revisit this decision because the impact has been negative. Donations are not keeping up with need. Part of the problem is timing and structure. The fund as introduced is not yet fully formed. Objective processes, distribution models are still being built. It's not an easy task. Potential donors see an unformed mechanism and unclear impact and understandably hesitate to give. That hesitation compounds the budget stress our schools are already facing. I'm asking for a pause. Give those in charge of the fund a chance to build the system properly, establish objective governance and accountability, so donors feel confident that donations will make a tangible difference to the district, including in their own neighborhood schools. During that pause, allow use of foundation funds for staffing needs, which will drive up local donations and have a positive effect across the district by providing badly needed funds to schools that need it. If we pause and revert back to keep funds flowing while engaging in a thoughtful and community-led process of developing a fundraising system that is compelling to local donors and grounded in equity, all of our children win. We can't afford to leave viable funding streams on the table. Take a breath and pause.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of a pause in the fundraising model. My name is Charlotte Shu. I'm a product of a public school system, K through Juris Doctorate. I'm an immigrant whose first language is not English, a first-generation lawyer, a former partner at a commercial litigation firm, and now in-house counsel for a Fortune Global 500 company. I'm also a Laurelhurst parent. I grew up as an outsider in Salt Lake City, Utah. When my father came to the United States, he had 2 suitcases and a $20 bill. He came here to pursue higher education and science after growing up in poverty shaped by war and the Cultural Revolution. My mother and I joined him later, and we built a life here without family or a familiar community to rely on. Public school is what made that life possible for me, allowed me to integrate into American society and overcome the barriers of my childhood as an immigrant starting anew. I was that child with hand-me-downs and a hunger to grow. Growing up in Utah, public schools were chronically underfunded, but even those limited resources, when applied well by dedicated principals and teachers, were enough to fuel my growth. That experience shaped my belief that every dollar matters and that small amounts of funding used effectively can have an outsized impact on students. At the April 14th school board meeting, I heard students from immigrant communities speak movingly about what public school opportunities meant to them. That was me not so long ago. I've always believed my children would be public school students, but that confidence has been shaken by what I've observed in our schools and by the change in LSF policy that removes families' abilities to directly support classroom experiences. At Laurelhurst, I've seen firsthand how relatively small amounts of LSF funding were used effectively by our principal to support student-facing positions. Those supports make a real difference in classrooms. My first grade daughter, for example, had the benefit of a kindergarten reading EA in a classroom of 29 students. This year, she voraciously read Harry Potter's book 1 through 4. That kind of growth doesn't happen in a vacuum. It reflects the impact of targeted support at the right time. I worry about that loss of what that loss of support means for my younger son, a rising kindergartner. As a result, my husband and I have enrolled him in private school for now, while holding out hope that he can go to public school if conditions improve.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Forsyth, Forsythe, mom to a second grader and an upcoming rising kindergartner. I'm asking the board to hit pause. Our current students, especially those who depend on PPS the most, are the ones who will pay the price if we don't pause now to get this right. The numbers tell us why. The Fund for PPS has only raised $215,000 to date. Its goal this year is $1 million. Its goal next year is $4 million, the minimum to cover tutoring at all elementary schools. On the current trajectory, neither goal will be met. This year's successes, high-impact tutoring, 9th and 10th grade math support, food pantries, were funded by legacy LSF dollars raised under the prior model. Those funds are drying up fast. The old model was scrapped before Sound 1 was built. The current structure of the fund is set up to fail. Nick B., the new executive director, is capable and committed. My concern is not with him. My concern is that no one could succeed in this role under the current structure. And the risk compounds. When the fund misses its goal, leadership becomes harder to retain. Corporate sponsors walk away. Compound that with a $50 million budget deficit, and families with options leave. Private school, a neighboring district, enrollment declines, funding declines with it. And the children left behind will be our most vulnerable ones who depend on PPS the most. I want to address one argument, that a pause will cause LSF communities to stop advocating in Salem. This does not hold up. No one believes private fundraising should replace state funding for public schools. The fight in Salem must continue, and it will grow faster when this district stops alienating the parents who could be some of its strongest supporters. A rising tide lifts all boats. Let's grow the pot together so no school, no student, no community is left behind. I ask you to vote for the pause. Please don't let our current students, your children, my children, pay the price while we figure this out.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we
Next
have
up.
Amy Fox, Cameron Evans, and Thomas Cardwell.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Amy Fox. I'm a parent of 3 Portland Public School students, and I'm a biology teacher at Cleveland High School. I stand before you today, or sit before you today, asking the board to do one of the key jobs that you've been elected to do, serve as the responsible fiduciaries at Portland Public Schools finance. We all understand inadequate state funding is a major driver of the budget crisis we face today. Everybody knows. But state funding alone does not explain the internal financial decisions that have brought us here. There's more to this story. The district office administrative structure must be independently audited and fundamentally restructured. Between 2015 and 2017, PPS operated with approximately 40 to 50 administrators between the superintendent and the building level leadership. Today, that number is ballooned to 206 administrators with 6 layers of administration separating the superintendent from school buildings. For comparison, Beaverton School District operates with only 1 administrative layer between the superintendent and the building level administrators. At a time when we're facing a loss of approximately 250 student-facing positions next year, these numbers are unacceptable. Every student-facing educator loss means larger class sizes, reduced services, diminished opportunities for our children. If PPS is forced to cut essential school-based staff, then district office administrative positions must also be significantly reduced. Ideally, by 1 or 2 administrative cuts for every student-facing building position eliminated. In addition, this board must closely examine the district's growing reliance on third-party vendors. Public education funds should be invested in public schools, not diverted toward privatization whenever possible. We must prioritize building and sustaining strong in-house programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you to the members of the board, the chair, and Dr. Armstrong for your attention and your commitment to our kids. My name is Cameron Evans, EVANS. I am the parent of a current PPS first grader with 2 younger siblings I had hoped to enroll in 2027 and 2030. I ask you to vote in favor of the pause. Last week, my husband and I did something I never wanted to consider. We started touring private schools. We are considering leaving PPS. I am a native Oregonian and a product of Oregon Public Education K through 12. I love this state so much that I persuaded my Midwestern husband to move and start our family here. I volunteer in our school every week, both in the classroom and on lunch duty. We have experienced and still earnestly believe in the value of public education, where each and every child belongs and belongs together. This is the best of PPS. We speak of my daughter's first grade teacher, Mrs. X, with love and reverence. In our daughter's last report card, Mrs. X wrote about her integrity and her sense of purpose in the classroom. Mrs. X truly sees and values our daughter. Next weekend, Mrs. X will attend her second soccer game of my daughter's to cheer on a team that includes my daughter and 4 of her classmates. Of those 4 classmates, 3 are leaving PPS next year. 30% of the children in my daughter's class are leaving PPS. Not because of our beloved teacher, not because of our Energizer Bunny principal with whom I share lunch table disinfecting duty. They are leaving because we parents are losing confidence in the decision-making and direction in PPS. They are leaving because they believe this fundraising reality is not reasonable, not sustainable, and not in the best interest of our children. On the sidelines of our soccer games, in the corner at the Chuck E. Cheese birthday parties, in the chair at the hairstylist, in defeated tones, we huddle and talk about if, when, and how we should leave. This should concern us all. Enrollment loss is not separate from this issue. It is a consequence of it. Please vote for the pause. A pause is not a step backward, but a practical and reasonable step to stabilize what is working while the district and the fund for PPS strengthen a better long-term approach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Tommy Cardwell, parent of a 1st and 4th grader at Ainsworth Elementary. I wrote an email in 2024, when this was happening at the beginning, and I just wanted to revisit a little bit of it, because one of the things that I said was that I thought that this was a kind of a punitive decision. It seemed short-sighted, and I think education policy should always lift students up. And I didn't see a clear path for this to lift people up in any way. You know, funding dissolves from the foundations and doesn't flow to Portland Public. You know, we give to either our own kids' schools, our neighborhood schools, or ones we graduate from, and I have a hard time seeing that changing. Foundations, large donors, you know, probably are going to be a good Portland Public School Foundation, you know, donor list, but I think the general public is going to donate to their local school. And so I was concerned that was going to erode. And then class size increase, and as has been said, all of a sudden people start moving to the private schools. And that's what we've seen a lot, those that can afford it. You know, even though I live in a really wealthy area, you know, not everyone can leave to private schools, but those that can are. And so then your public funding drops from the feds as well. And, you know, I think that the big issue is lobbying and trying to fix the solution long term. And I think these are two totally separate issues. They are not the same issue. We are just trying to patch this up, and keeping this going, or pausing, keeping the LSFs going, is not going to stop the push to change our funding overall. So I'd like to please ask you to pause this for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have one more?
We do, and I'd like to call the last person that didn't show up. Kate Curler-Lefko and Boomi Heliker.
Good evening. My name is Kate Curler-Lefko, LEFCO. I'm a parent to students at Beach and Ockley Green, as well as the school social worker at Peninsula and the president of Ockley Green's PTO. I care deeply about public education. I came here tonight because desperate times, like a $50 million deficit, have the board considering less than ideal solutions. However, bringing back local school foundations is not the remedy. At the end of the day, this helps a few privileged schools, while our most vulnerable students are left with the scraps. There is a certain audacity to even proposing this, and it is not the type of audacity I want my children to witness. The board has the opportunity to set the record straight tonight. I hope you will say no, so that the message our children are receiving is that we are all in this together and we don't abandon our values when things are challenging. For the past 3 years, I have gone to Salem to advocate for adequate funding. Every time our representatives say they aren't hearing that education is a priority. Every student in Oregon deserves a high-quality education. There are future doctors, teachers, policymakers, and neighbors. Imagine if all the time, talent, money, and effort that parents have put into their local school foundations made its way to Salem. I invite you all to come, and it could make a tangible difference. And I also wonder if change would have come sooner if some families didn't have a way to shield their own schools by bringing back art teachers or reading specialists when budget cuts hit. The Title I schools my children attend and I work at are no less deserving of getting these positions back, yet we don't have the same capacity to fundraise for them. What I need from my school board and my community is for us to join together and let our legislators know that our kids deserve better. Please don't allow our more privileged school communities to be immune to this budget crisis while the rest of us are forced to bear it. We can talk about intent versus impact, and the real impact of allowing these foundations is we center our more privileged schools. We know better, so let's do better.
Thank you. And we do not have any online, correct? All right. Thank you for taking the time to provide your public comment. Since we only had 2 minutes per, and again, just a reminder, if you didn't feel like you was able to finish your comment, you are welcome to email the rest of the board. All right, at this time, we'll now move on to the next agenda item. Again, thank you all for being here and taking your time out of your day to provide your input. All right, the board is now convened as the budget committee. The purpose of this initial budget committee meeting is to receive the superintendent's budget message and receive the budget document. The budget committee will not discuss or entertain public testimony on the proposed budget at this time. Tonight is the first time the superintendent is presenting us with a budget, and to clarify, we are simply receiving the budget message tonight. I know we are anxiously awaiting tonight's presentation of the 26-27 proposed budget. Board members, I want to remind you that tonight is our chance to hear from Superintendent Armstrong about her budget proposal for the upcoming year, and is the official kickoff of the budget process before the board adopts the budget in June. While tonight is our first full look at Dr. Armstrong's proposed budget, there are opportunities for both the board discussion and for public comment on the 2026-27 budget. We are holding a public hearing and work session on the budget on Tuesday, May 13th at 6 p.m. at Benson High School. On May 12th, we'll receive the report from the Community Budget Review Committee and have time to ask questions. And then we are scheduled to approve the budget on May 26th and vote to adopt it on June 23rd. It's a lot of dates. Got it? All right. With that, I hand it over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, team, for being here. And I look forward to starting with the budget message, just acknowledging that the clicker is not working.
It wasn't on. It was not on.
Oh, it wasn't on.
Please.
User error. Oh. Right. Okay. We'll just go right into it. So the current vision of Portland Public Schools is clear. A graduate of Portland Public Schools will be a compassionate, critical thinker, able to collaborate and solve problems, and be prepared to lead a more socially just world. Together we rise with excellence, with purpose. That message continues to guide us. Our students are making progress. We have stayed focused on literacy, math, attendance, and ninth grade success. That focus is grounded in our district continuous improvement plan. We see the results in our classrooms. In spite of our fiscal realities and declining enrollment, our students have exceeded pre-pandemic performance levels in mathematics and are at pre-pandemic performance levels in reading. Portland Public Schools is one of the few districts in the country to have achieved this feat. We built this budget with intention. We aligned it to our goals. We engaged principals early. We included community voice. This approach is reflected in our budget development framework that we have presented throughout the year. At the same time, we face a hard reality. The hardest thing a district does is reduce the supports it knows that students need. This includes staff and critical services. Over a 4-year period, we have made the largest reductions in our history, totaling more than $170 million. This is a real concern and uncertainty across our system. For the 26-27 fiscal year, we are closing a $56 million gap. This is driven by rising costs, limited revenues, and declining enrollment. We are reducing 336 FTE from the 25-26 adopted general fund budget. These decisions impact people and services. So here's just a few key facts. Support services are at $453.2 million. These are the functions that keep schools running, for example, transportation, counseling, safety, tech. Facilities construction totals $1.4 billion, reflecting the volume of capital work happening now and what we're planning ahead. We've seen a 12.2 enrollment drop since 1920. This is one of our biggest financial challenges, and it's happening across the state and the nation. Our projected weighted enrollment is 51,390 students. That's what drives our state funding and accounts for students with higher needs. Despite the decline, 98.7% of our elementary classrooms are within target size. Our class sizes remain strong, averaging about 24 students. We currently employ over 8,000 full and part-time people across our schools and central departments. We know that we're a major employer in the city of Portland. Each role plays a part in supporting student success. We reduced 96 central office FTE from all funds in the 25-26 adopted budget. This is one of the clearest signals of our commitment to protecting classrooms. We took the hardest hit where we could, centrally, so schools can stay focused on students. We hear a lot about leadership levels. Between myself and principals, there's 3 levels, and that compares to many of our districts across Oregon. If we were to look at layers across our district office, those are different numbers, but between myself and principals, there's 3 leadership layers. The categories below that have been used throughout the early engagement process have changed relative to the current service level. So schools have been reduced by 4.74% on average. Building supports like facilities and transportation budgets have been increased by 2.74%, still with reductions. Specialized programs have been reduced by 8.75% from the general fund and partially restored by the student investment account grant. And central office staff and services have been reduced by 14.82%. So I also want to be clear about what comes next, and this is important. Based on current available data, we are facing another deficit of more than $65 million for the 27-28 school year. This is not a one-time issue. It's ongoing. Our expenses are growing faster than our revenue. PERS costs continue to rise, a PERS employer rate that has moved from just 4%, just over 4%, to just over 20%. Compensation and benefits continue to grow, operating costs are increasing, and at the same time, our enrollment is declining and our revenue is limited. This creates a long-term challenge. The question is how we sustain over time. We also are operating more buildings than we can support. This limits our ability to invest fully in every school. We need to continue to plan for consolidation and closure. This is necessary for long-term stability. This is a fragile budget. We have limited reserves. We have little flexibility. Every dollar matters. Every decision matters, and we are taking steps to reset our system. We are lowering our cost structure. We are building a more sustainable base for future budgets. We are doing our part. We are making difficult decisions. We are staying focused on students. Now we need partnership. We need a long-term commitment from the state. We need funding that reflects the real cost of education. Our outlook is clear. The challenges are real. The path forward requires focus, discipline, and shared responsibility. Because we know that together we can still rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong, very much for your message. It will be included in the next iteration of our budget document, but she was going to verbally deliver that to you tonight, and also for your leadership during a very challenging budget period. I also want to thank all of the board for their extra time and attention over the last several months. We've continued to talk about current state and outlook, and we are finally to a point where we can propose a balanced budget for 26-27. I have a lot of material to cover tonight, I'm sure you can imagine, and so I'm asking that unless it's a clarifying question on the slide, that we move all the way towards the end and then have a period of questions and discussion. And with that, I'd like to invite my colleague, Christina Howard, to talk about our process that we've engaged with so far.
Good evening, board directors and student representative. My name is Christina Howard and I'm the Senior Chief of Academics. I want to share an overview of the process used to develop the budget. In early fall, we convened more than 20 principals alongside central office academic leaders to form the academic program design work group. This group informed both the core program handbook and school-based staffing. The work group met weekly, beginning with a deeper analysis of how schools are currently staffed and understanding formulas and ratios, grounded in our district continuous improvement plan goals. From there, the team explored different scenarios to understand how changes to programmatic features would impact staffing at the school level. This was an iterative process that continued through the winter, resulting in a draft proposal that was shared with the community for feedback in January. You can go to the next slide. Here is a summary of all the community engagement sessions we held in January. This was when we presented that draft list and received a lot of feedback. And after gathering that feedback, we made adjustments to the draft reduction list and to individual school staffing allocations based on that feedback. The next step in the process was for principals to receive their school-based staffing and engage their site councils to gather input from their school communities. Following that engagement, principals then submitted their final school-level staffing plans. This was around February. You can go to the next slide, please. And as previously shared, in both school and district reduction areas, we prioritize investments aligned to our district continuous improvement plan goals. Attendance, literacy, math, and ninth grade success were our focal areas. This has been a long process to reach this point, with lots of engagement sessions along the way, and further changes to school-based staffing would be pretty challenging at this point, and we just wanted to name that here tonight.
Thank you, Chief Howard. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Adams to please speak to the equity lens in planning and how we've used that throughout this process as well.
Thank you, Chief Morrison. Good evening, board directors, Student Representative Rotorto, Dr. Armstrong. Pleasure to be with you and before you again this evening. I'm the Chief Accountability and Equity Officer for the district. I wanted to bring the board's attention to the PPS equity lens pictured on the slide. You've seen this before. We've utilized this throughout our budget development process, beginning, as Chief Howard mentioned, with our time with the Academic Design Program work group of principals, to our engagements with all principals, and to our community conversations that were held at identified PPS high school campuses in January. When making these tough decisions, we asked staff and stakeholders to consider both who is impacted and whether or not any recommendation would reduce disparities. Given the nature of our fiscal reality, we worked through some very hard conversations and some impossible decisions in order to bring forward the superintendent's proposed budget.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the process and roles, which you guys should be pretty familiar with at this point, but I think it's important to elevate this to the community. So this is a slide that is very familiar. We've moved through the year with a different highlight every time I bring it forward, and we are currently proposing the budget to you. That is our late spring activities. And then below that highlighted are all of the activities that will follow, that will continue to guide our process. And we will adopt the budget in June so that we can begin spending dollars on July 1st. This slide is really more about roles and budget developments. I've shown it before and added some headers here that talk about the feedback and inputs that come up through the community and students and parents and the TSCC, the community, the budget review committee, to you all, and then you will make the final decision on the budget. And then it moves over to the superintendent through their leadership hierarchy and down through our departments and buildings to serve our students throughout the year. With that, we're going to dig right into the proposed budget overview. Starting with our budget assumptions. This is a familiar slide. We have tuned it up a little bit as we move forward. So under rising costs, we have invested in our employees' compensation, also their benefits and teacher planning time, and our PERS costs continue to rise, as was mentioned in the superintendent's message. We do have limited revenue. We have less special revenue. It's not growing at the same rate it has in the past. And we have no reserve fund to support our operations. There's no surplus fund balance. There's no PERS reserve because we have utilized those funds in the current year. We're also experiencing declining enrollment. And as you know, our funding is dependent on the number of students that we have and the type of students that we are serving. And that impacts also our grant funds as well as our general fund. Since PPS, our enrollment has declined 12.2% faster than Oregon, which is at 7.4%. And Dr. Adams will speak more to that.
Sure. Thank you. As you know, each year we work with the Population Research Center at PSU to update our enrollment projections. Based on our most recent report, PPS's student enrollment is predicted to decline each year for at least the next 9 years. For next year, in terms of funding, we examine our average daily membership, which drives our funding, as well as our weighted enrollment. We do receive extra additional funds, for example, students with disabilities. Both of these are also predicted to decrease based on our projections. While these decreases are occurring, PPS will continue to serve large numbers of students who are experiencing poverty, students with disabilities, and our multilingual learners. Given the information regarding those students on this slide, you can note that while our overall enrollment is decreasing, the percentages or proportions of students with increased need is not in decline and is remaining relatively consistent. This slide shows some of the things that Chief Morrison and Dr. Armstrong already mentioned. I'd like to note that each of the percentage decreases are compared to the 1920 school year. It isn't cumulative year over year. This slide shows the enrollment decline comparison between PPS and the state of Oregon as a whole. As you can see, since the 2019-2020 school year, PPS's enrollment decline is almost 12.2%, while the state's enrollment decline is 7.38% over that same period of time. Given how school funding occurs in Oregon, when a district's enrollment declines are not proportional to the overall state enrollment decline, funding could be impacted.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. I'm going to dig in right now to our assumptions around both revenue for the 26-27 year and then move directly into our expenditure assumptions. And just a note on that blue box on the right, you'll see that quite frequently throughout this presentation. And it's a reminder to the community that our projections are based on the most recent information available. So the estimates will change over time as our plan data becomes actual data. And so you will continue to see those changes, as you should, as we move through the year. So our district's estimate of resources is based on 51,390 average daily membership weighted. So that is our enrollment plus those additional weights that we receive from the state school fund based on the types of students that we serve. We are anticipating that the second year of the state school fund distribution will remain stable based on current appropriations, and that will come in at just over 300 million. Our current year property tax revenue is anticipated to be $533.6 million, an overall 0.4% increase, which is fairly modest. Our local option revenue, as you know, is estimated to go down because of our experience this year. We are anticipating that to be fairly flat for the next several years. We have a 1.8% increase in assessed value and a 95% collection rate based on historical receipts. And that includes not just for our general fund, but we also have share that assumption for our debt service fund, which is where we collect taxes specifically for the purpose of paying back debt service on our bonds. We have the Multnomah ESD. We have the option of they are funded on a per student basis on our behalf as well. And we have an option of using those service credits. It's a credit equals $1 either for services from a menu that they offer, or we can pull through in transit dollars for our budget. And we are relying on $3.8 million for our general fund revenue. For capital projects, you guys know we sold $660 million in voter-approved bonds specifically for capital projects authorized under the ballot titles, and that's reflected in the all funds budget. You'll see a large increase overall. And we're anticipating our beginning fund balance of $41 million, which is at that 5% minimum. And so if for any reason that's not met at the end of this current year, that number will be lower. On the expenditure side, we have our compensation assumptions. So as you will find in the budget document in the overview, our cost of living adjustment includes STEP, but our typical 3% cost of living adjustment has been reduced to 1%. And so that's an important factor as we move through this process. Our pension rate, which is our public employer contribution blended rate of 4.18%. We also add on top of that the amount that we pay for our debt service on our pension obligation bonds for a total combination rate of just under 23%. And we anticipate that insurance benefits will continue to increase based on current eligibility of our staff and recent experience, which has been significantly accelerated over prior years.
Just one, really quickly, Michelle, I just want to add, so that rate that you're talking about, you'll be sharing another rate that is the employer rate. So those are two different impacts to the payroll or the budgeted
Absolutely.
amount. Okay, just
Absolutely.
wanted to highlight and emphasize that because this is a significant impact. So
Yeah, thank you so much. So just for context, each percentage point increase of our PERS employer rate equals about $4.5 million to our general fund. And so you'll see our extended forecast, some information about that. All right, this was a special request to bring back this slide, which we shared as we were doing the planning for our 25-26 budget. And really, the information is very similar. So we have our average teacher salary, you can see, as just under $105,000. And then the associated payroll costs that the district pays on top of that, the amount we pay for insurance, and then also the PERS and PERS UAL, which is the debt service on those pension obligation bonds. So really the average teacher salary, their gross wages, not their net wages, but their gross wages are about 65% of the cost of that position. And so there's, this doesn't always look the same for income on a paycheck.
Can I ask a question on that one? I know you wanted to wait till the end, but it's like a specific one to this. So would you rather come back at the end of this slide or take it now?
Go ahead.
I want to clarify. So I'm a public employee, right? And I know that like I kick in toward my future retirement benefits and the state kicks in some money as well. On that PERS UAL line, is that the combination of the employer's match from the district and the retired teachers, or is that just the retired teachers allocation?
That's just the district's contribution. And so from the gross wages, that 104,579, they would pay 6% towards their pension as well. So that is a shared burden. And there's also typically an employee portion of insurance benefits as well that come out of their paycheck. So there's a whole nother column about what
comes out of the 104,579.
Yeah.
So the district doesn't kick into their retirement. It just comes out of their salary.
No. So the district
Where's
does.
that? Where's the line that's like this particular teacher's contribution to their future retirement benefit?
The employee costs are not on this slide anywhere.
But what about our contribution?
That is the PERS UAL
Okay,
portion.
so that's just for them. Where's then the PERS costs for retired teachers? Or is that all of it in one bucket?
That's rolled into our employer rate. So if it's a teacher that's already retired and they're receiving a pension benefit, that's calculated within our district's funded liability or unfunded liability for the system.
So it's not here at all. This is just for that
It's not
teacher.
here.
Okay, thank you.
this would be just to, this is showing us when we think of an FT, mid-range. Yeah, it's just like this is the cost for. Is this the median? Average. Okay, average teacher cost. Okay, like out the door, including insurance, all the things we pay that the public might not necessarily see.
Yeah, so when we're budgeting by FTE, we budget for the total cost per FTE, which is what we wanted to illustrate here. Even though the teacher's take home is significantly less, it's still, the cost is much more significant. And I think oftentimes that's lost on folks.
Can I ask one quick question
Yeah.
on that? Are some of these line items stagnant regardless of the teacher salary, or do they all fluctuate less for?
They are all on a percentage basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great questions, you guys. Thank you. We have a couple slides for the all funds overview. It's just a couple bar charts illustrating it in different ways. So you can see for in the turquoise box there are general fund and special revenue funds. Those are highlighted because that's typically where all of our school staffing and support is funded from. And you can see that the general fund budget is actually decreasing a little bit from 25-26 to 26-27. And the special revenue funds are fairly flat. And the giant increase that you'll see in our all funds budget is that capital projects fund. And so I know as our board and out in the community, you will see probably receive questions about the all funds budget has increased hundreds of millions of dollars, and why are we making cuts? I think that that's a question that this slide can help answer. All right, so our general fund, that's really been our focus actually since we adopted this year's budget. We've been understanding that there would be a significant reduction needed. And so that's where our focus is specifically tonight. All funds are represented in detail in the proposed budget book. So it's really our primary operating fund. It's the most flexible resource for supporting all of our compliance requirements and our policies. And the health of this is really tied closely to state funding levels, local property tax revenues, and even federal changes can impact our general fund. On the revenue side of the equation, we do have a net decrease of $6.5 million overall. Some of the line items in our budget showed an increase. So other local revenue, some intermediate pass-through dollars. Our state school fund, you can see, is increasing significantly because we're moving from the first year of the biennium to the second year, where the state funds us on a 49%, 51% split. We have also listed there a sale of fixed asset, and we will be bringing you information more about that in the future. See our overall revenue decreases, our beginning fund balance, we've gone down a little bit as our overall budget has been reduced. Property taxes are down, that would be primarily the local option levy. And then the PERS reserve transfer, that served as a revenue source for us in the current year. And without that, it creates a deficit for next year, a revenue decrease. So another bar chart showing from year to year the adopted budget to the proposed budget, changes to personnel and then non-personnel. Non-personnel includes utilities, supplies, services, other fees. Those are actually increasing slightly as we propose this budget. As we move through the current year, we were recognizing that some of our budget areas were under budgeted strictly for operations. And so we've made a real effort to create a budget that is less fragile in that way. So this is a pretty busy table here, but I do want to anchor us back to it. We will use a similar format as we move through staffing changes. You can see that the cost center area is really broken out into the same categories we used in our early work with the community. Even though in our budget book, the line items don't align exactly with that, we have brought that to you for better understanding tonight. The second column is our adopted budget. So that's current year, our plan for the current year. Our next column over is our fiscal year 27 preliminary current service level. So that's if we were doing everything we're doing right now for 27, what those anticipated costs would be. And then the next column over is the gap closing reductions, and that totals just over $56 million. And that has been the work that we've been engaging with for months. The final column is our proposed budget. So that varies slightly. In our budget book, we only use the adopted budget column and the proposed budget column. But what our buildings and departments are experiencing today are those gap closing reductions. This is a slide. I know that there's been a lot of conversation about where the reductions are coming from proportionately as we bridge a very significant gap. So again, those cost center areas, and these percentages are tied to the prior slide. So on a percentage basis, the change from current service level to central office is 14.82%, schools 4.74%, specialized programs 8.75%. A portion of those specialized program supports have been reclassified to the student investment account, but from the general fund, they have been reduced. And so that's why that number is a little larger. And there's a note there. And then again, our building supports, we recognize that those budgets actually needed to be increased. So here's some pie charts that you'll find in our budget document as well. Great feedback I got in terms of highlighting and calling things out on these slides a little bit more. So you can see that just over 90% of our budget is property taxes, local option, state sources, and then the rest is less, including our interfund transfers, and then our 5% beginning fund balance. For expenditures, we demonstrate it in two ways in our proposed budget. One is by category or function. And so instruction and support services make up 93.2% of our budget. We have a 5% contingency planned, and then 1.8% are transfers of funds and enterprise and community services. Transfers of funds include transfers to our internal service funds for liability insurance, unemployment, and workers' comp. I put a note here that the support services category includes central and school-based activities like attendance, social work, counseling, speech administration, because this doesn't represent school versus central office. A lot of those support services are in schools. For associated expenses or objects, again, it's the same pie as the prior slide. We just sliced it up differently to illustrate, in alignment with our budget book, the salaries, associated payroll costs make up almost 79% of our budget proportionately. So 16.1% is all of the other things that we need to operate our schools, which is, it's very high contrast. So I wanted to bring that forward to you. Also, our contingency, we're targeting that 5%. All right, now we're going to move into our staffing. And
That's your slide.
I'm going to kick us off. This slide represents 3 columns. So it represents our adopted budget. The second column that's orange represents our preliminary CSL, which is also current state. So you can see for our schools, over the course of the year, we have been really responsive to student needs. We had an adopted budget for FTE. We've increased that over the course of the year. And then our proposed budget is less than both of those prior columns. That's also true for specialized programs. Again, the majority of that is direct school support. And then for building supports and central office, there's a little bit more of a general step down. We started the year, and then we've really held on those hires over the course of the year. So even the preliminary CSL number was reduced, and then our proposed budget is significantly reduced there.
As Senior Chief Howard mentioned, at this time, school staffing changes have been applied to all levels of schools, and principals, building leaders have locked in their organizational structures for next year. Those include, among other adjustments, elementary multi-grade classrooms or blends, and adjustments to the student-teacher staffing ratios across middle schools and high schools. For this coming school year, schools are provided with some discretionary FTE amounts so that building leaders could work with their school communities to identify what position might best meet the needs of their school.
I just want to note on this slide before we advance that there is a live link at the bottom to the 26-27 Budget Development Preliminary Report that we circulated with community in January, just for your reference.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about class size at the elementary school. This histogram, multicolored histogram, represents our projected elementary class sizes. Each grade level of class size is represented by a different color. Think of them like Legos and the different colors being stacked on top of each other with different numbers or sizes of Legos. And here's how you read it. Class sizes are projected to range from a handful of classrooms with 9 students to a small number of classrooms with 33. If you want to examine a grade level, choose one from the legend on the right. For example, kindergarten is noted in the teal light color. The most frequently occurring kindergarten class size is 21 students, with almost 20 elementary school kindergarten classrooms projected to be at this size. As the superintendent mentioned, 98.7% of our elementary classrooms, that's 738 out of 748, are projected to be below the class size target, and our projected elementary class size is 24 students, noting that some students will experience either lower or higher class sizes than this projected average.
Okay, I will take this back. So similarly to how the dollars were displayed in an earlier slide, we have presented FTE reductions. So you can see by the cost center area, moving downwards through the table, we have broken out our staff into various categories that align with how they are represented in our budget document. We have licensed, classified, represented, non-represented staff, and then administrators. That pattern is repeated throughout the cost center areas. In our second column to the right, you can see our fiscal year. That's the adopted budget for FTE in those areas. Fiscal year 27 preliminary service level is really based on our current service level, what we're doing today. So again, you can see how for our licensed staff, there was an increase over the course of the year. For classified, there was an increase over the course of the year. Non-represented, a slight decrease. And then administrators were fairly static from the budget to our current service level. But you can see that the next column is our gap closing reductions with the final FTE in the final column for fiscal year 27, the adopted budget. So you can see that for our schools and specialized programs, we have a total FTE reduction of 254 FTE. The classified specifically in specialized programs, a lot of one-to-one paras, although they were reduced from the general fund, they were refunded by the student investment account. So a lot of those services will still be made available to students. Just a note on that. Now I'm going to move into central office. So central office personnel and non-personnel budgets will be reduced. That was kind of the charge as we came into this year to really examine our services and our cost areas and see what we could do to increase efficiency and perhaps move more from specialized focused areas more into generalized focus areas for our staff, and we've been working to do that. The personnel reductions impact multiple employee groups and functions, and we're still working through those transitions. And so thanks in advance for your patience on info requests. For that, we have a restructure throughout the central office as well. I don't know if Dr. Armstrong, you would like to add anything?
Just that our hope is to have org charts out across the organization by Monday.
Thank you. And then we have non-personnel reductions are in contracted services, professional development, and travel. We've really had spending restrictions in place since this time last year and a higher level of review prior to transactions occurring. For our central office staffing, you can see similarly to the last table that I shared, we have our cost centers, central office, and building supports. Building supports include facilities, maintenance, custodians, transportation. So those are direct services to schools and not central office as much, but they are managed more centrally. So you can see over the course, our fiscal year 26, in all categories across, our current service level is reduced from what was in our fiscal 26 budget, as we've been restricting our hiring, and then even further reduced as we propose our fiscal year 27 budget, with a total of 91 FTE reductions in central office from the general fund alone.
Just so I can restate, just to make sure that we're all clear. So your fiscal year 27 preliminary is where we were originally when we began the process, and the fiscal year 27 is where we ultimately landed for the proposed budget.
Correct.
Okay.
So when we adopted our fiscal year 26 budget, so that would have been spring this time last year, planning for the current year, we had planned on 1,035 FTE in these areas. And then over the course of this year, as we've been restricting our hiring, our current service level is 1,004 FTE, and then even further reduced in fiscal year 27.
So ongoing.
Ongoing for sure. Thank you. This is my slide that talks about the fragility of the 26-27 budget. I would like to assure you that with all of the changes that you're experiencing moving into this year, that it's airtight. It is still vulnerable in terms of shifts in any revenue changes and to our expenditures. So we do have some assumptions that are unique around negotiations and staffing. So if any reason we negotiate a higher cost of living, for example, than what's in our budget, we will have to make adjustments during the course of the 26-27 year. We are planning to maintain a minimal 5% contingency, and then just a reminder, no reserves are available to support any overages. We will continue to have restrictions on spending and central office hiring. We have delayed a bus purchase that was scheduled for the current year in order to help close this gap. And again, we are planning the sale of fixed assets to use as part of our revenue stream. So any additional services or staffing not included in this budget will require identifying an equal or greater offset. I know as you hear from community, that's going to be really important to remember. And that this budget is a plan. If our situation changes, this plan will also change. Now, we're going to go ahead and move into our general fund forecast. As part of our budget development process and transparency for you and the community, we project out an additional few years. And so that's what I'm going to share at this time. So this is a slide that we anchored back to several times this year when we were looking at our current state. And we have updated this slide with a balanced budget for the 26-27 year, which means our expenditures do not exceed our resources. But as we look out further, and Dr. Armstrong mentioned this in her message, we are anticipating a pretty significant increase in cost that will put us at a $65 million deficit for the 27-28 year. And this outlook here is if we don't take any steps to change that we will be a negative $169 million in 29-30. This slide is an illustration for the 27-28 year, and that is a ways off yet. We do have a lot of planning to do before that year gets here. We would, if those are operational reductions in our system, that creates a new structural baseline for into the future. And that's actually a hopeful thing. This is a slide captures a little bit of our recent history, and over the course of through the 26-27 year, we are looking at a total of over $170 million of reductions. And then we are also anticipating further reductions needed. These are the factors that contribute to the budget deficit in the 27-29 biennium. We are anticipating flat local revenue. That includes our local option at that time. We will not have a determination for our state school fund appropriations. The model that we use in our projections assumes a 7.5% increase for the biennium and continued enrollment decline, 5% minimum beginning fund balance, and we're also assuming that there's no additional resources available. There's no new revenue streams. So if for some reason there comes one, that will impact our projections in a positive way. For expenditures, our projections for wage and benefits are going to be based on recent history. We are expecting, based on the 2024 advisory rate that was published by PERS, that we'll experience an increase from 4.18 to 20.82% for the employer portion alone, not including the debt service that we are paying on pension obligation bonds. We are unique, along with other districts with expiring side accounts that have created a rate credit for us over recent years to experience that increase. We will receive our official employer rates in October, and at that time we'll be bringing forward some options for you to think about. We're also anticipating that services, supplies, and other operational costs are projected to increase based on recent and forecasted trends. So now we have time for questions and discussions.
All right, thank you. And just a reminder, this is the first process of the budget committee. We are receiving the superintendent's budget today. With that said, there's time for quick questions. As for discussions, we have opportunity in our future budget committee meetings for more thorough discussion. So this is, again, just a reminder, just preliminary. If there's clarifying questions, quick comments, things like that. So let's start. We'll start on the left side, our left side. Student Representative Retorto.
Thank you. So you just recently talked about this structural reset that's going into place, and I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that and exactly what's going into that's creating that structural change. I'd just like to hear more.
Yeah, well, I can give just a really quick sneak peek that if our assumptions are true and our employer rate with PERS increases at that level, that it will start to come down over time. So that's a positive that will help balance out some of the excess costs that we're experiencing currently. More information to come as it becomes available. Stay tuned.
All right, thank you.
But it's looking like a 400% increase, just so we're clear. From 4% to over 20%.
Wow. Director Split?
I don't think I have any particular questions at this point. There is one thing that I did want to bring up, and I mentioned I would bring this up. It's like kind of a pet thing that I will continue to bring up. We have this handy in volume 2 of the budget heat map. I'm going to ask again that we start putting on the heat map what special or what like district programs we have. Like, for example, if we have like an ISC classroom or which I can't remember, independent skills development, is that or independent skills intensive, sorry, but and also social emotional skills classrooms, so on. I think it'd be great if we could see that, because then we know those schools that have like additional burdens on them, which sounds sort of pejorative. I don't mean it that way, but just like special challenges, I think would be a better way to say that. And then the other thing is that I one day want to look at this and have it be basically in rank order by like the schools with the greatest needs based on socioeconomic status, getting the most dollars and going down that way. We continue to have an outlier in the bottom few that's 26% kids on free and reduced lunch, another one 28, just a couple slots above. And then meanwhile, we have a school that has 11% free and reduced lunch that has 7 Title I schools getting less money per student.
Director Split, can you let us know what volume and page number you're referencing?
Yeah, I'm on the heat map, volume 2.
Volume 2.
I'm looking at elementary schools. It's page 4.
Thank you.
Sorry. But it's something I brought up before, so I'm feeling like you guys have heard me say this like 3 times, so I'm sorry if I seemed like it came out of nowhere. But I really want to see that eventually change to where these schools that have the highest needs have the most dollars going toward them, and there's exceptions to the rule on here that don't make much sense to me. I just ran the numbers, and if you were to take the outlier lowest, like the highest free and reduced lunch with the lowest per student number, and compare it to the school that has the lowest free and reduced lunch and the highest per student spending, it's a difference of $560,000 of investment in that school. And you end up with, a $2,000 per kid, $1,932 gap per kid. So I just feel like we need to just continue to work toward having equitable school funding. And I think this is a handy way to evaluate for how we're doing on that. And I think we're getting better, but I still think there's room for improvement. And I wanted to just make that point today because it's really important to me.
Thank you for lifting that up, Director Split. I'll talk to the team about that. The other thing that I think we need to be better at communicating about the heat map is where Chief Morrison talked about when we budget, we use that $160,000 figure for a teacher. And the heat map, that's actual teacher salaries. So in places where teachers have been there for longer and have more tenure, they're of course earning more compensation, and that drives some costs up. In some average costs up, versus schools where there may be more newer to the profession or newer to PPS teachers who don't have as much experience, and that may drive the per student cost down because their salaries aren't as high.
That's a really good point. Thanks for sharing.
I'll make sure that we somehow capture that.
Yeah, love to see more experienced teachers in our lower income schools too. Anyway, thanks so much.
Director Split. Director Engelsman.
Thank you. I don't have much today, but I pointed this out to you when we did our one-on-one, which I'm very grateful for the sort of introduction that I got at that. To Director Split's comment about Volume 2, which I find really cool, and I also was told by you that most other districts, I think, don't know other districts do it, and so I'm impressed that we put this out. That said, I do find it, I would prefer to see the actual students per FTE of classroom teachers rather than how it is laid out, because I'm looking at my 2 schools. I don't know what everyone else's schools have, of course, but I know that my 2 schools don't have 10 students in a class or 11 students in a class. And so the way that it's laid out suggests that these schools have very small classroom sizes, when in fact mine are at the very top. My kids have 45 kids in their band class, for example, 30 something in their math class, which is not laid out in their middle school. So when we're doing this, I guess I would just ask it to not include all of the staff and then divide that by the number of students and get this unrealistic number. I would prefer to see at each school what the actual classroom size numbers are, and that I think would be more helpful. So I'll just say that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very grateful that Dr. Adams is sitting next to me taking notes, and I think at one point that was probably a decision that was made for whatever reason to have adults in the school per student, so that there's more than one way to look at that. Thank you.
So I guess
That's what I was thinking. Show the other.
I'm not even green. You could keep the same line for whatever. There must be some reasoning that it was done. It may be a very good reason that I don't know. So you keep that line, and then the other one could be, I don't know, average classroom or every classroom. I mean, it wouldn't be that much, but anyway, it'd be 2 separate lines.
Thank you, Director Engelsman. And because the camera can't show it, our button turned green when we turn it on, which is what reference when you said I'm not green doesn't mean you're not a Martian. So I just want to clarify that in case people are watching that. Yes. I kind of don't have, okay, this is a little bit out of protocol. It's not exactly a question about the budget, but it's actually a question for, or actually, I want this eventually become a direction for the superintendent. I want to talk about layers, and this is also something I want to propose to the board as well for a future direction that I want to work with Dr. Armstrong in creating. I want to be very clear in my ask is that in public education today, there are too few people doing too many jobs. And this is all up and down, from custodians, the teachers, to the central office, everybody. And being PPS, I understand there's incredible stress as being the largest district in the state, and that we are often the point of the spear. We get a lot of attention, we get a lot of pressure from all over, and it is a very difficult job up and down throughout the whole district. I also want to be very sensitive that we're also talking about real people's jobs. And this is very difficult to deal with, especially with a lot of the recent layoffs and things like that have been personal and have hurt a lot to see happen. At the same time, we are looking at another potentially $50+ million budget hole in the future. And in light of our school climate survey, and also what a lot of our teachers, principals, and union leaders have been saying is that there's been a disconnect in terms of like help not feeling like help. And this is the thing I wanted to address. And so as we look at our budget, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, and this is very unfortunate. At the same time, it also, I want to always try to keep the glass half full point of view sometimes in terms of seeing opportunity where often people don't, and we do have to restructure. Central office does have to restructure. We have to be able to do more with less. And so there is an opportunity here to figure out how to restructure that could solve some of these issues that have been brought up, the issues of layers, or the issues of principals feeling like they're not getting the help they need, and things like that. So one thing I want to ask is, and I'm gonna, again, this is more for the board, because I'm gonna bring this a more formal version in the future after I work this through and maybe I have to get your input live, right, because of meeting laws. So I'll bring this up again at a future meeting. But I want to ask the superintendent to bring a 3-year staffing plan. And in that 3-year staffing plan is a plan that will, obviously with the budget cuts, show the reductions that are necessary, but also a plan that would help reduce layers in terms of the layers between our employees and the school sites to the superintendent, because as we've been hearing often from a lot of our leaders in our school sites, they don't necessarily feel like they have a direct connection to people who can make decisions. And again, I know that there's a lot of jobs going on here, and I'm not saying anything about things like that, but I do know that things have to change, and this is an opportunity to try to change the system. And then lastly, I want to also, in this 3-year staffing plan, a plan that highlights how we're going to bring teacher voice into our leadership, as well as potentially, maybe not just teachers, but also people with recent school experience, and how to incorporate that in our staffing model as well, so that we do have more connection between our school-based sites and the central office. And I think this is, again, it's tragic that we have these budget cuts that are happening, but we do have a real problem to solve, which is that help needs to feel like help. And so this is something I'm going to be working on. And the reason I bring it up now is because to give people time to think about it faster, and I will be bringing this up a more formalized plan after I talk to Dr. Armstrong a little bit more about what this may potentially look like. But I just want you to know that this is coming up, and this is something I'm working on. So thank you. And is that, I didn't know if you want to respond to that or not. Or
No, I think, well, it's almost clear. I just was wondering, when you say 3-year staffing plan, because we've just done a major restructure to address the 50 million deficit for the upcoming school year. So when you say a 3-year staffing plan, which with another reduction we're going to reorganize, are you speaking specifically about a group for that staffing plan? I know you mentioned layers, or is it?
Yeah, and these are the details I would like to work with you through to figure this out. But I guess what it is, and the reason I bring it on the budget committee, because it is budget related. It's about how much money we're spending here and there, and what we have and what we need to do, and to like solve these problems all are intertwined. And so the reason 3-year is because things take time in this district. It is a large district, and I understand that. And also to acknowledge that our superintendent, this is your 2nd year here, and to be able to turn a large ship like this with 82 schools to manage is no easy task. And not only that, but we also have a lot of amazing staff in our central office that, because of these budget reductions, we are looking at potentially losing a lot of institutional knowledge, which I want to also acknowledge is going to cost the district, maybe not monetarily, but functionally. In many ways. And so being aware of that, things take time. And so this is why I think a 3-year plan seems reasonable.
So you're speaking about a 3-year staffing plan for administrative reductions for the administrators in central office?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all I got. Thank you.
That's intriguing. Thank you. I had a question. I know the city, when they budget, they ask every director level person to make a percentage of cuts. And I was wondering if that happens here. And I feel like I should know that. But is everyone asked to make cuts? Or
we started off with that pattern when we looked at budget proportionality by those cost center areas that I shared. So we looked at, what percentage of our budget is schools, what percentage of it is those other areas, and then tried to target our total reduction amount in that way. But over the iterative process, things began to shift around a little bit. And so we ended up proportionally reducing less from schools than from central office. And then across central office departments, that shifted as well, especially as we began to recognize that our operational budget was not significant. I mean, it wasn't enough. So making those changes, we tried to adjust accordingly so that our 26-27 budget would be as true to the functions that we do as possible.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And my other question, I think Student Representative Retorto asked about the PERS. Is it actually going from current 4.18% to over 20%?
That's the employer rate, and that's based on the 2024 advisory rate that was published by PERS. So again, we will get our final employer rate in October of this year, and then that will really inform whether or not that gap is bigger or smaller. So, and we'll be bringing forward options to you about how to address that increase.
Yeah, that seems really, really, really large. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Assuming it's my turn. Thanks for such a detailed presentation. I am taking it all in. We'll definitely have more questions at our next meeting. I do have one question about slide 16, which was enrollment trends over time. The state of Oregon compared to PPS and how PPS is outpacing statewide decline. And I understand, Dr. Adams, you said something, and I might have been reading too much into it. Is there another way this is, okay, I understand it's funding is funding per student. Mm-hmm. Is there another way us outpacing the state average in a not positive way is affecting our funding outside of that?
I don't believe so. I'm going to lean on Chief Morrison. But what I what I wanted to just make sure we understood is if we all shrink proportionally, then we all sort of get the same amount of the pot. And if somehow some of us are shrinking greater than others, we might not get the same amount of the pot that we've received in the past.
Got it. That
And
makes
that
sense.
lags a couple years because of the way the funding formula works.
Oh, well, that's
so it doesn't
interesting.
catch up with you immediately, but it does eventually catch up with you.
Is that why the following year is also looking so bleak? Part of the reason?
Yeah, part of the reason, because we are still anticipating further decline in enrollment. But really, the bulk of that gap is due to the PERS employer rate increase.
Okay. Thank you.
And regarding enrollment, I do want to say Chief Gross led the enrollment campaign. For the first time in 14 years, we saw an increase in kindergarten enrollment. So our enrollment still declined, but didn't decline as much as it was projected to. And if we can continue to promote the good things that are happening across our schools, even through these very difficult times, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get out of our enrollment decline a little bit sooner than is currently projected.
Thank you.
You done? Yeah. Okay. I actually had the same question, but I still don't think I quite understand it. You said with enrollment projections, when declines are different, or differently than what? Differently than other
Districts, the state as a whole.
Then the funding could be impacted because
we've lost a greater proportion than everyone else. So then it could be possible, I'm not saying this is happening.
Yeah.
I'm saying it could be possible that we would basically receive fewer funds than of the proportion that we usually get. And I can't remember what that percentage is. I apologize.
7.74.
Thank you. It could be possible that we could receive less than that if this disproportionate enrollment decline continues and it's so different from the other districts in the state as a whole.
Okay, because they think since they have more, they should get more, but you don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know. Not
Okay.
at the moment.
And also, when you talked kind of like our student director, Rotordo said, how is the reset hopeful? I was trying to see what was hopeful in that slide.
If we don't use one-time sources to close that gap, if we truly take $65 million, that's the current projected gap. Again, I will say projected. It will likely change over time. That if we reduce that much operationally instead of using one-time funds as we have historically, that's going to set a new service level for PPS. And so additional revenue may mean additional investments instead of continued reductions. And so as we get more information, we get closer to that time period, I will be bringing the information to you. The reason we broached this topic tonight is because it's part of our budget development process to do a 3-year projection.
So it's not that we have any more money, it's just that we've learned how to deal.
We've operationalized the budget.
Okay,
Yep.
I see. And while I'm talking here, I just want to remind people, there is an Education Stability Fund in Salem. If you want to call your representatives and say, why don't we use that? It just does not make sense to me. It's there and it's sitting, and every single school in Oregon can use it, I'm sure. So, everybody listening to this, call your representative. I hope this sort of Education Stability Fund.
That's correct.
And it's for education, and it even builds up because it gets lottery money. It's not like it's a one-time thing. So, we need it.
Yeah, when you wonder about those lottery dollars that are going to education, they're going there and they're just sitting there. Okay, I have a comment and a question. A few months ago, when we were having a more preliminary conversation about next year's budget, I expressed the hope that we would take a scalpel and not a chainsaw approach to next year's budget. And I think that you all have really achieved that. I see the intention and deliberate work around preserving student-facing positions as much as possible, and I deeply appreciate that. And with that, I want to say the cuts to our central office staff are real, they're painful. Those folks are members of our community, and any loss hits hard, especially such significant losses. And I want to offer a gentle reminder to my fellow parents that when you call or send emails and want something responded to, or you want to see action taken, that's work that is done by the people who work in this building, and there are fewer of them now. So I hope that as a community we can have some grace for each other, and those of us who are part of the system, whether we work in it as our day job, or we're parents in it, or we're board members, whatever the case may be. My question is about our reserves, and Chief Morrison, I apologize if you've answered this in the past, but I know we're at our minimum. What is the process of rebuilding our reserves like in a time when we're making such deep cuts, and not just next year, but over the years to come? What does it look like to start rebuilding that? And do you have any sense of like a timeline of when we can anticipate having more in reserve again?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a very sensitive topic during any period of reductions, which we foresee through at least 27, 28 at this time, potentially in 28, 29, depending on what level of funding we receive from the state and the true impact of our expenses and how they're increasing, and how our labor partners work together with us. I mean, all of those things will impact when we would feel comfortable increasing that reserve as a budgeted line item. And that would be a target along with all of our other spending plan targets that we have in the budget. So we're a little ways off from, I think, probably having a serious discussion about that, but that is at the direction of the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. And with that, that concludes.
Wait, I have just a couple more slides.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
That
sneaky.
concludes the
Okay.
discussion portion. I do want to share we have an adoption timeline coming. This includes dates for community engagement that you guys will be a part of, and our community budget review committee. They're going to prepare and present a report to you. So those things are still to come. And then we do have our public comment email. So this is just a reminder to community to go ahead and reach out if they have something they'd like you to know. And then in the appendix, we have a lot of, a handful of slides about further staffing changes in our schools as a result of the academic program work group. So that's for your information. Thank you.
I just had one last thing. I realized I forgot to say it, but thank you for talking about the org charts, which are coming soon. I also received an email with additional resources that were already available, so I just wanted to say thank you. I know I asked about that last meeting, and so thank you for following up on that.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and answering our questions. It's a lot of work.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
with that, the board as a budget committee is now adjourned, and we are now back to regular board work. In a ploy to keep, I know a lot of people here are waiting for the foundation discussion. In a ploy to keep you here longer, let's take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back here at 8:27. Okay, let's get started. Thank you. All right, next up, we have a quick update from our bond program, in which I hand this off to Superintendent Armstrong.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Always wonderful to hear about our bond program update. So I am excited to have the team up before you, and I will turn it over to Sarah Norman. Are you kicking it off?
I am.
I will turn it over to, thank you. I appreciate it.
Technical difficulty really quick. Hold on one second. Wouldn't be an update. Okay. You know, you name it. You got it. Okay, I'm gonna get the presentation up there for everybody. Roseanne, you have to allow me to share.
May I make a quick comment? I've been doing this a long time and watching different presentations, and I've never seen an all-woman team. And so I just want to say, like, I see you out here. Thank you. Yeah, love it.
It says sharing is not turned on. Please.
Also, we would appreciate a chocolate run.
I just sent you a request. Did you get a request from me?
Yeah, it came up.
Oh.
It came up and it said allow.
It did? Haha, got it. We got it. Let's see, let's make sure it's doing the right thing over here. Let's see. There we go. Woohoo. All right, well, thank you all. Really appreciate being here. Good evening. We are going to run through our monthly presentation for to give an update on the bond program. We'll start with the program status update, our schedule update throughout for the modernizations and Grice-Adair, program budget update for all four open bond programs, and also then our consolidated project update. And then we'll have questions at the end. So.
All right, I'm TJ Hopkins, Senior Program Director of the RISE Bond Program. And we're going to start off with the 2012 Bond Program Project Status Update. And what you're going to see here on these next two slides, 2012, 2017, has not been visually much progress. But I can say behind the scenes, what's going on is reconciliation and auditing of both of these programs. And I'd just like to acknowledge our our controls manager and her operations and financial team, Jessica Day, who's with me here, for all of that effort. It's very meticulous and tedious, and I can assure you they've implemented a construction closeout checklist with about 20 to 25 items that need to be reconciled for each project. And so to have to go back through these prior bond programs and reconcile and do that work is very, very tedious. So thank you, Jessica.
And one of the things I wanted to call the attention to as well as I moved on to the 2017, you'll note that all of this information is coming from eBuilder. So that is the bond management program that PPS instituted back in 2014, right after the 2012 bond. And where it says that there are 48, I'm just pulling this from the slide, where it says it's 48 projects in construction, that actually just means that it is noted as active in the eBuilder system. It does not mean that we have 48 active projects currently going on in the district, but we are pulling all of these reports from the historical data that we have within the district. And part of that auditing process that Jessica and the controls team is doing is actually looking at all of those active projects and making sure that they are closed out properly for the district. So that is what is happening. So we'll start seeing that trend down as we move through that process.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, so the board can expect to see future updates that those graphs will visually change from that green to the light blue, showing that they're in post-construction phase. So moving forward, we have 2020 bond program. So this program is still being scheduled out. There's about $542 million left to schedule out. That's where we're at right now. As you can see, most of the projects are in construction and completed, but as we schedule these out, we'll get some in the pre-planning phase, and this graph will also change. And same for 2025. Again, we've got several projects in pre-planning and design phase. Again, as we schedule out this bond program, you'll see that graphical change with projects progressing through the different statuses. All right, and here's our 2025 bond schedule. You're going to see the 3 modernizations, Cleveland, Ida B. Wells, and Jefferson. We've also added Grice Adair with a design phase starting in Q2, so we're excited about that. Cleveland so let me back up. You can see the dashed line up there, the gray dashed line, that shows you where we're at, our current progress on all 3 modernizations, as well as Grice Adair. In Cleveland, we are fast approaching a June groundbreaking with a subsequent demo. And Ida B. Wells, we are in the land use process, so we're expecting that hearing to be May or June for land use. And Jefferson High School, we have the Southfield starting shortly after the groundbreaking in May. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to go over the financials.
Hello, everybody. Jessica Day, Controls Manager with Presidio, and happy to be here with the team. I have here on the overall dashboard, it's really just showing everything that we have, 2012, 17, 20, and 25. And we're about 50% available, so we're getting in there for sure. Go to the next one. On the 2012, one thing that we did change on both 12, 17, including the 20 and the 25 on these next 4 slides, is we included the modernization language, the bond language in here so that we can just have that view of what it is that we are doing within each of these, or in this case for 2012, what we have done. As you'll notice from this slide, from the last one that we have done at the beginning of April, I believe, we have now remaining balance of $377,000. As Sarah and TJ both mentioned, the team is working to really look into all of those closeouts, making sure everything is truly done. And we're taking through those assessments, and we'll be able to also have further planning for projects to be able to completely close out that 2012. So we're just right on the heels of being able to actually get that done. So for 2017, again, we added the language just so everyone is aware just what it is that we have done or are still continuing to do. For this one in particular, we have committed to date about 95%. So they're towards the tail end of it. for the 2020. One thing that we pointed out in our last meeting as well is that we have a column here for the budget that's managed by Presidio. That dollar value is specifically for the Jefferson. The CEE is what is listed here, but that is the Chrysler Deer, and the Cleveland Design and Wells Design. On to 2025. Yep. Yeah, sorry. So with 2025, again, we're giving a clear definition of what it is that we're doing in the 25 program. And a large difference that we have done with this one is the amount to date column from the last report that we had. We're moving in this project a lot, so we have a large increase from the last time. That's it. Move it on over to TJ.
Okay, jumping into Cleveland High School. So some of the highlights here is the Marshall improvements are currently underway, and those are expected to be complete for August for the swing space. We have groundbreaking at 1 p.m. on June 12th, and we're approximately halfway through the construction documentation phase, which is our final phase of design, and those documents are due on May 11th. And this is the same floor plan that you've seen previously. We've updated some of the renderings, so here's a new exterior rendering for the board. And interior renderings. And Jefferson High School. So highlights here for Jefferson is the contractor has brought on trade partners to provide pre-construction input. So this helps reduce the risk and give some collaboration up front in that construction documentation phase to work on those details and get things that are very complicated kind of dialed in. Groundbreaking is 12 p.m. on May 29th and community info session on May 6th.
TJ, the slide says 10 a.m.
The slide deck we submitted did say 10 a.m. It was moved to 12 p.m. or 12 p.m. So we apologize. Yes, it's at 12. And there are postcards and everything going out shortly that will have the 12 p.m. date. We're in coordination with Senior Day at Jefferson, and so that is why that change was made.
And say less. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I was actually prepared to speak on it, and I was kind of surprised to see the 12 p.m. up here. Okay. So here's the floor plan for Jefferson High School. And again, we've updated these exterior renderings. There's a new interior rendering. And then Ida B. Wells. So we have completed design development and moved into the construction documentation phase. Again, the land use application has been submitted, and we are expecting that hearing in May or June. And here's the floor plan for Ida B with also updated exterior rendering and interior renderings. And Grysa Dare, we have architectural and engineering firms approved by the board on the 14th. So that's allowed us to move into programming upon our architectural task assignment. And shortly thereafter, pre-planning kickoff meeting is anticipated to be scheduled in the next 30 days. And that's exterior and courtyard renderings. And I'm going to turn it over to Joanna Evenson.
Good evening, Joanna Evenson, Senior Director of RISE, working Consolidated Projects. So we have quite a bit going on. The first couple of slides are in regards to seismic. For this year's construction, our contractor bids are complete, and this is work for the summer of the first 4 schools. That's both our roofing projects with some seismic included. Some of the seismic parts projects that we had identified, those construction bids are due on May 7th for those 3 schools. Next. We are anticipating Richmond and Capitol Hill for the summer of 27. You just approved those 2 contracts, so thank you. And then some more seismic parts contracts will be in front of the board later in May. And we have begun design on the full seismic retrofit for Beverly Cleary. We're anticipating summer 27-28 construction. And then for 28 and 29, we're in planning for those. Beach in the summer of 28, and then Rose City Park. We're going to start with design, which we hope to have in front of the board here in May as well. Athletics. For Grant Bowl lighting, if anybody's given a drive-by, we have poles standing, so that's nice. All of the infrastructure is in. We are just waiting on some electrical gear, which should be here in a few weeks, and then a final connection with the power company at the end of May. And Marshall Track and Field, the turf install is complete. The track installation is mostly complete. A couple setbacks just from some stray people on the track while it was trying to dry. So that's getting fixed up. And the tennis courts are in progress and ahead of schedule. The Jackson Athletic Hub, we're nearing design completion with construction anticipated to start in June for our phase 0, which is the upper field. And then the multi-use field has completed their SD review, so their initial design reviews.
Schematic design.
Is West Sylvan anywhere in the planning?
West Sylvan is in planning.
Still planning.
It's still in planning.
Part of our consolidated projects is our curriculum. This past, what has it been, a week, I guess. We're working on the device refresh for all students throughout the district. So that'll be new computers for every single student. It's 41,500 devices that are going to be deployed. And so our technology team did a pilot deployment at 6 schools in the last week, which went very well. They did that just to ensure that we can get devices to every student for the beginning of school. And then there will be ongoing deployment support the first few weeks of school to make sure everybody's up and running properly. Our DDC controls upgrades are continuing. Our first phase was completed earlier in the year, and then our second phase we've divided into 3 subparts. We have construction complete on 6 schools. We're in construction right now on another 6, and the final 6 will be done this summer. And we have fire alarm upgrades going at 10 schools, and we're anticipating to do the construction for those this summer. For facility improvements, we have HVAC system upgrades completed at Wilcox. Our Marshall water line is finally replaced. And for this summer, we're working to replace a condenser on the Franklin. Buckman cafeteria trusses are actually completed. We'll be doing the dance studio and flooring this summer. Boise Elliott had a major repaint of the school. Capitol Hill has a flooring abatement project and subfloor repairs throughout 2 wings. Jefferson stage rigging is going to be repaired this summer. Sitton, we're replacing trusses. Rose City Park, we're retubing the boiler, which is quite tedious. And Vestal, we are replacing the in-wall cafeteria tables, which are kind of a tough thing to replace. So just kind of a brief overview of all the different kinds of things that are incorporated into the consolidated projects. There's many more going on at this time.
And one thing I wanted to add on seismic is actually the Presidio grant writing team identified a FEMA bond opportunity funding, and we actually completed our pre-application for $20 million for seismic, which is, it's a FEMA grant that is which is the state, it will pass through the state. So our pre-application was actually submitted on April 24th, and so we'll wait to hear, and once we hear back, we'll actually go in for full application. So just wanted to make you guys aware of that as well. We're constantly looking for grant opportunities for the district, and this was just one that was available for seismic. So
That's amazing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll open up with questions. I guess we'll move down the line. Let's start with Director Split.
I have no questions, thank you.
Green?
I'm green. I have questions. Okay, so Ida B. Wells is a little bit behind the starting construction phase for Cleveland and Jefferson. When will we get a groundbreaking scheduled for that? Is that something in the works?
It is in the works. We're trying to target October, November.
Okay.
Is probably when Ida B. Wells will start, or when a groundbreaking will be scheduled. We're actually currently coordinating with the school. We want to get through the land use process before we do that, and that's, like I said, it's supposed to be happening here shortly.
Okay.
And then that is right around the time when our CMGC will also be mobilizing to the site. So just kind of coordinating all that activity at one time.
Okay.
Can I just chime in really quickly, just in case anybody is wondering why Ida's behind and worried about it? It is a faster project.
Yep.
Also.
Thank you.
I was going to
Director
say
Split.
that too. Isn't it true that when you look at like the steps, it's actually ahead of the other two? Yeah.
The work is different. So, at Cleveland, we've got a swing space and there's demolition to the building that's happening. So it's just the different components of work at each school. So it appears as though it's behind, but it's not. I mean, all of the modernizations are on schedule. They're all tracking for that August 29 school opening.
If I said behind, I meant later. I don't.
Yeah.
Did I say behind? I just
No, you didn't. I was just
Okay.
worried about a listener extrapolating.
Right. Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify.
I have friends who are Ida bound, and they're really excited for groundbreaking. So I am asking the question on their behalf.
We are in the planning phase.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So on the 2012 bond program status, the 2017, the 2020, there are line items for contingency. Is that like what contingency stands for? So if something goes unexpected, we have money set aside to do that?
Correct.
What happens, like if we're really close to closing out 2012, for example, do we get to roll? Is this why the importance of closing it out is, that we get to roll it into the next?
So because it is approved under the 2020 bond, we have to go by the 2020 bond language. So, but what that does is, one of the reasons we're doing the audit and trying to close out these bonds is because we want to identify what is that money that is remaining within that bond program, so that we then can present to leadership and say, hey, we have $300,000 left. Here is a project that we could take care of within the bond language of the 2012 bond. Here's option A, B, and C. How would you like to proceed? And then that way we can assign that work and actually close out that bond completely.
Is it, it doesn't sound like it is. Is it a possibility that we could never reassign it because of the way that the bond is written?
And all of, let me just jump in and say that all of our bonds, 2012, 17, 2025, all have seismic.
Oh,
and
right.
we have a tremendous amount of
Yep.
seismic
Okay.
need, so.
Perfect.
Yeah, there would never be a point where we wouldn't.
I was gonna say there's never a problem of finding a project that will fit within the bond language of any of the bond programs. So we will spend it. Yes.
Okay, I'm moving on to the Cleveland High School modernization slide, just so you know where I'm moving on to. Do we have plans for what Marshall is going to look like for families who are going to be sending their kids there? I mean, I know work is happening and it's transforming it from what Benson students needed into what Cleveland students will need. Are there, I mean, there are plans out there. Is it something we can share so people can see what Marshall's going to look like for their kids?
That's a really good point, and I think we could do that.
Let me just jump in and say, I love that idea. I don't know if we've had that posed yet, but I do know there's a beautiful field and some other things that are happening. So I'm wondering if, because that's a project that we're getting up online, if we can add that just even for public to be able to see.
I was just thinking maybe kind of what we could offer, like work with staff and see if we could do a walkthrough for incoming students or something of that nature. Let us work. It's a great idea. So let us work with staff and see what we can come up with and come back with that.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Go. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I also have friends who are Jefferson bound, so I'm getting questions from them. One friend called me right after we approved the boundary changes, and his kids are going there. He's very excited, and he said the community is driving by and they don't see shovels in the ground. What is going on? To which I said, this is not happening immediately. This starts in the fall, and I talked him through all of that, or in the summer. I noticed that there is a community info session on this slide. It says only the date. It doesn't say what, where, or when. I would like that information now, and then I would also really like that to go out on the district socials and emails and everything tomorrow, because that's really soon, and I think our Jefferson community wants to go.
Yes, and I think it has already been out on
Okay,
our
I haven't seen it.
comms
Okay.
team. Our comms team has already gotten it out, and I, because I'm sharing, I can't flip to the time, but it is in the Jefferson cafeteria.
Okay.
But I will get the time as soon as I can take
Okay.
my presentation down, or if I
Thank
can
you.
take my presentation down, I can do that. But it is on our socials currently.
Perfect.
And our website. Sorry.
Perfect. I asked about groundbreaking. Almost done. Maybe not. Okay. I asked about this before. I know it's 15 months away, but do we have any update on where Beverly Cleary will swing while their school is being worked on for a year?
We actually have employed one of our architecture firms to start doing feasibility studies at some identified campuses and properties that PPS owns, and so we're currently starting that process now. So we hope to have we'll be able to come back to the board with an update in the next couple of months. Yes,
Okay.
but we're starting that. We've got to have that swing plan in place well before next summer, so we are in the process of doing that.
Okay. Okay, moving on to the athletics projects. The Grant Bowl lighting, does everywhere else have lighting and Grant just doesn't? No, okay. Does Marshall have lighting, or are Cleveland kids going to run into the same lighting problem Grant kids have been dealing with?
Marshall does not have lighting.
I was going to say, I don't think.
Which we just approved the Musco contract for
Okay.
lighting
I
at
was
Marshall.
So that's
gonna
what
say
the lighting is for?
Let's go.
Musco.
We just approved it tonight.
Like KCDA.
To
Yeah.
put lighting out at Marshall, so
Correct.
kids can
As
have-
part of that Marshall Athletic, the greater project. So it's not right away,
Yep.
but it will come with the next set.
Okay. Do we have any update you can give on Powell Park?
We actually are in lease we're in
We're
lease.
still
I know
in
that doesn't sound like an update, but we really
It does,
is. We're
actually.
in
That's huge.
we're in red line lease negotiation with Parks and Rec. So that is where we are with it. So
It's better than in conversation
Yeah,
with.
I was
like-
going to say no. It's actually it has moved, so we are working with those partners. So.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I actually have going back to Cleveland, I have another question that I keep forgetting to ask. So right now, the Selwood, Hosford, the feeder schools for Cleveland use the Cleveland fields for athletics. Obviously, a sixth grader isn't going to want to go all the way out to the Marshall fields, or is that the expectation? Will the middle school sports be going out to Marshall for practice after middle school?
I will have to get back to you because we'll need to coordinate with athletics on what that programming is, but we can definitely check in with Diallo and Marshall and find out what the plan is for the feeder schools that are currently using the Cleveland fields.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, I messed up because I did have a question. I just forgot in the moment because I'm trying to be like efficient. I used to be a PTA president and was a PTA treasurer, so I have 4 years of being a PTA officer and being one of the 2 people that would go to the clothing center twice a year to represent our school at Marshall. And word on the street is that they're having to move, which is a huge undertaking for that project, and that the volunteers will be forced to use porta potties. And I think people are feeling pretty alienated by that. So I don't really have a question, I guess, but I think it would be, I just wanted to flag that the concern is coming up and just at least give my, as somebody who's volunteered out there, 8 to 10 times over the last 5 years, You know, I've filled countless bags of clothes for kids in need all over the district. And the idea that those volunteers, including some of them who are elderly, would have to go use a porta potty just seems pretty rude, I guess. So hopefully we can find a solution for that.
I can clear that up just a bit. The volunteers for the clothing closet are not being asked to use the restroom. So we do have a lease that is in the works, and they would be able to use the school facilities. Their space is changing because the space they currently occupy is a band room, and that is an important room for our Cleveland students. So we have to, it's the only band room in the school, so we have to move the clothing center to accommodate the Cleveland band.
And I also want to reiterate. Sorry, can I just ask a question on that really quickly? Is the space comparable?
It is, the clothing center has expanded a bit over the years, and they're in kind of that awkward band space. And so the space we identified within the school is square foot wise slightly smaller, but it's open so that you don't have to twist around. So they have the ability to set racks and stuff, which we think will happen more efficiently. And I know that our bond program is helping them to kind of upgrade that space with some paint, fix the doors, and it has an exterior entry just for them. So it's really easier for our students and families to come to the clothing center through that exterior door.
The other thing I wanted to say is the bond program is also relocating them. So it's not as though we're asking the volunteers or the clothing closet to move themselves. We are actually moving them into their newly tenant interior space. So I kind of wanted to make sure that that was clear. It wasn't like we're just making these demands to this program. We have been coordinating. Joanna and her team on the lease side have been coordinating with them for a while. And then once we identified the space, we made sure to identify what needed to happen to the interior. And we've also been coordinating the move for them to the new space. So.
That's really great. I'm glad to hear that we've resolved the bathroom situation. They're in a similarly situated space, and that the move is actually being carried out by the bond staff. I want to give Sharon a shout out. Does anybody remember her last name for me?
May Chang.
Thank you. Sharon May Chang has been running that thing for years and lives like 40 minutes away from it and is still there just doing yeoman's work. So I just want to give her a public shout out and thanks for taking good care of her and her volunteers. Thanks for letting me say my piece.
Can I just ask one follow-up on that? Are the families going to have to use the porta potties? Because families are sometimes families. The families who are going there, it can sometimes take 2 hours to go through, and sometimes parents are bringing their young children. Are they going to have to use the porta potties, or can we sort something out that is?
The lease is not finalized yet. I'll say that as a student safety perspective, to keep our Cleveland student and staff safe from the public, which in this definition, public is anyone who's not a student or staff of Cleveland. We have that separate entry, and we can't have them going through the school, so we're still working through it.
Okay. It could be very dehumanizing to a family coming out to have to then go out, and it could also frankly be impossible for someone who's a solo parent there with 2 or 3 young children to try to use a porta potty in the rain. I think the 2,000 families, there's a lot of families that are helped, so I don't think we can just give them porta potties and think that.
It is definitely not, it's not a closed issue.
Okay.
We're currently in negotiation. And at the forefront is student safety. And so we have to coordinate with the principal that will be running that school and making sure that we have separation of public and students. And so we are currently working through that with all involved.
Okay. And is there going to be any lag between closing the current space and then opening after you've moved everything over? Is there going to be and is there a contingency plan for families who rely on the clothing closet and may not have
I believe the clothing closet put out a statement, or clothing center put out a statement saying that they would be paused for a couple of weeks. I
Okay.
know that the move is in progress today.
Okay.
The move actually started this week.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, so, I mean, it's in progress, so, and they had notified the majority of the people that use the closet to let them know, so.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. After the listening session last night, a couple of families came up and talked about it, so it's a big deal in the community.
Yeah, no.
Can I just drop one thing in before you move off of that subject? On that note, it's directly related. I spoke to them as well last night, and they did say that the space is significantly smaller, that it's too small, and that they would be open to relocating outside of Marshall if that meant they had more space. So I just want to throw that out there, just throw that curveball in there.
Thank you. My questions have been asked. And it's 9:07, so let's move on.
I've also gotten some advocacy from an in-law that volunteers at the clothing closet, and they have said the space is smaller. I understand also like the kind of the North Star is keeping students safe and separate from the public walking in. I know like the door locking situation, it's great that there's an exterior door. Is there any place that could be a tenant improvement? It wouldn't have to be like a full remodel that has plumbing near it that could be turned into a bathroom for their use. Just an open question. Anyway, I wanted to just give you kudos for the presentation that you just gave. That's more information than I've been on the board since 2019 that we've gotten on the status of and the financial status of the bonds. You know, I think we thought we were paying for 2012 and 2017 to be wrapped up by now. And I'm really happy to see that they're that where they are, and that was 2 superintendents ago when all this was done. Really happy to see that work kind of moving forward, and have kept expecting that to be closed. I had a comment about the technology. Just the timing of your presentation is we have a conversation right now. Parents are interested in teachers, educators, about the use of technology and the screen times in school. And there's research right now. And so that conversation is happening as we're going to refresh a one-to-one devices. But also the disposal piece. Could we donate them to the Free Geek and not put them in the landfill? Because
there is a disposal and reuse plan. I think each of the ones coming back is getting evaluated. I can follow up with you on that. From our technology team has a much more in-depth answer for that, but I know they are evaluating each one that comes back in.
There's an electronic waste that would take it, and there's also Free Geek that has our PPS students learn how to build computers that operate on, I don't remember the software system, but we donate it, we get a nice happy thank you, and they keep them out of the landfill. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up about the use of technology is kind of on the table as a conversation, and so I don't know timing wise, but appreciate the update, and I really appreciate the update specifically on the 2012 and 2017 bonds, which again we expected to be already closed out by now. Thank you.
All right, thank you for such a detailed presentation. I love it. I wanted to start on slide 11 with the 2012 bond program status. There's $377,000, is that right?
And the remaining.
I bring this up because I got a phone call today about a flagpole at Grant High School, but it does not have one. And I was thinking about the scoreboard that's not there. There's a couple things that the schools that are in this list still do not have. Are you checking in with the schools or can you? Or we check with, it looks like Franklin and Grant add-ons. There are some things. I don't know about Franklin. Obviously, Grant's in my cluster.
Yep, Franklin every single high school every single school that you see here has something that probably they need. Mm-hmm. And so yes, we have that running list, and as soon as we have that what is remaining in that bond, that will be the list that we go to in order to allocate what can happen with the remaining funds in 2012.
Okay. Then let's see. whipping through here. For, it's the same questions about Wells in terms of the timeline. In the bond presentation in January, you guys had this great timeline slide for each school. I was just gonna ask if we could add that back in. It was one of my favorite slides and showed kind of the whole process for each individual project. And just I feel like you kind of already answered this, but I wanted to get a sense of how you were feeling about the timing of
Is this
the land use.
Director
No, go ahead.
Is this a timeline slide that you're talking about that I have up right now?
No, I actually printed a copy and I thought I shoved it in my bag and I didn't.
It's the one, excuse me, it's the one from the.
It was in January.
Is it
The January
No,
bond
it was
update.
similar.
It's like an overall project schedule.
Yes.
Oh, it's the ones that. It's the ones that were in the comprehensive plan.
you.
I know what you're talking about. Okay.
They're great.
Okay.
So it sounds like for Wells, in terms of timing, the land use, is there any concern about making it through land use on time and getting to permits?
For Ida B. Wells?
Yes.
I mean, there's always that risk. I mean, we have the land use, there's the protest period, so
Or the appeals period. I will say this,
it's
in
an
that
unknown.
in that particular portion of the city, most things there, the appeals process, that they use the appeals process, and so we do expect that, but that is built into our overall schedule.
Okay.
So right now we're just going through the process.
Okay, I just noticed because in that timeline, the block of time was shorter than it was for the other two schools. So let's see. For the Grace Adair Center for Educational Excellence, the budget for the project, the total budget is $60 million. Is that inclusive of the purchase of the
Yes.
property? Okay, great. And then I wanted to bring up the clothing closet, but already did. And I think that's it. Just, you know how excited I am about those lights. We're so close. So close. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, first, I would just like to say how impressed I am. Almost every question we ask you, when it seems like we're saying, we have a great idea, you've figured it out. You've thought about it already. So, very impressive. So, Marshall's Field's getting fixed now so that Cleveland people can use it for the next 2 years. So then that field is going to be available for all schools as an extra field? Is that the plan?
Correct.
For the
Yeah, it's
future.
actually
Okay.
complete already. You go look
Great.
at it, it has beautiful, nice PIL graphic right on it.
Because I know we need extra fields all
Yes,
the time.
yes.
And now some other schools stayed at Marshall while their school was being done, right?
Yes.
Was that
Marshall's been used quite a bit for a swing space for PPS.
Yeah,
Yes.
so have they figured out the clothes closet during all that time? Do you know?
You know, I don't know what they did. I don't know if they moved the clothes.
They have, they have the space usage within Marshall itself there's a different requirement from each school that has come to use it. So like Benson before had a different space need than Cleveland does now. So that's kind of where this ebb and flow is
Okay,
going.
that's why they have to keep moving around. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
That makes sense.
No questions for me, just kudos.
I just had one question. Hopefully it's quick. I just wanted to ask. I apologize if I've asked this last time. But why the new computers again?
It was part of the bond program.
God, that was just in the bond language.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
in the bond language,
Great.
and it
Nice,
was a
quick and easy
refresh, and
answer.
that's it was part of the technology bond program.
Great.
Like, great question.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time we updated them, but we can follow up and find out
we can follow up.
when it was.
They the ones at our school, we stopped being able to take them home after they started smoking on the regular. So I think it's also past time for some new ones, yeah.
So I want to turn it back over to Dr. Armstrong. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think those were all the questions. So I will turn it over to Chair Wong.
Great. Thank you again for being here and very thorough presentation. So thank you. All right, next up, we have the discussion on the district-wide advocacy and fundraising. At the last meeting, Director Sullivan requested that we have a board discussion on whether we want to pursue a potential pause on the district-wide advocacy and fundraising policy, which is 7.10.020-P. I just want to kind of briefly overview the process right now. We do have Director Sullivan and I talked about this. Director Sullivan is going to introduce this item. We also invited the chair of the fund as well as the executive director as well to present. And then the DSC, as represented by Student Representative Ian Retorto, has also have a response. So those three will present. And then we'll open it up for board discussion. At the end, and this is something that when Director Sullivan and I discussed it, we would like to see if there's enough board support to affirm moving forward with this or not. And the purpose being, if there is, then we would pursue potentially looking at a resolution or something of the sort. And if there's not, I think that we want the discussion to kind of end because we don't want to keep dragging this out unnecessarily when so many emotions are so high. So that's the kind of format for today, and let's start. So I'll hand this over to Director Sullivan, if you can please introduce this and take it away.
Helps me when I'm green. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start out and kind of read my statement, and then Ian, do you want to go next? And then Nick? And then we can have questions? Okay. All right. So I want to first acknowledge Student Representative Retorto's comment at the last meeting. He said foundations are not the answer to our budget problems. Changing in funding at the state level is the answer. I totally agree with him. Pausing the policy that restricts raising money for staff would give us barely a drop in the bucket of the funds needed to adequately fund our schools. However, I believe that the drop is worth fighting for. Let's remember why we care about these funds. I looked carefully at Volume 2 of the proposed budget to see which schools had used foundation funds in the 24-25 school year, which was the last year that they could be used. There were 34 schools who used funds that year. Half used less than 1 FTE, 16 used 1 or more FTE. Only 5 schools used more than 2. I looked at the dollars allocated to each student in that year for each school. All who used the funds were allocated less than $10,500 per student in the year they received the foundation money. Most of those who did not use foundation money were allocated more than $10,500 per student, with numbers up to $15,000, depending on need. It is unclear which schools raised the money and which applied to the Fund for Help. It is true that some schools need more help than others, and some communities can raise more money than others. This is a fact, and we need to accept this reality even as we try to alleviate the pain that it causes. I can just hear my political daughter saying, "That's capitalism for you." No one is debating the need for allocating funds based on need. However, that leaves holes which some schools are willing and able to fill by working in their school community to raise funds for needed staff. Preventing communities from fundraising to fill these gaps directly doesn't make a lot of sense, especially not when you see the budget that we just saw a few minutes ago. Why even bother to think about foundations? If not, it's not very much money. What can you do with 0.5 FTE? Well, probably a lot of things. But if it were me, I would probably hire a full-time educational assistant who could work one-on-one with students. Well, you might say that sounds similar to what the Fund for PPS wants to do in every school. However, the fund is not up and running yet. It needs more time. This is the reason for the pause. Our students can't wait. The students who can benefit from extra help are here now. There are certain times in a child's education that are optimal for learning. Children grow and fall behind in real time, and the developmental windows lost during critical years are often not recoverable. How can we not provide our students this essential help in a timely way? The need is now. The argument that Nick Brodnicki the person charged with raising money for the foundation fund will have a harder time getting donations from big donors if we pause does not hold any water for me. I can't imagine that any potential donors will be upset because parents care enough about their schools to raise money for extra staff. The fact that people are raising money highlights to the state and others that communities take this funding seriously and will step up where and when needed. It shouldn't have to be this way, but it is. The pause gives Nick the time to continue meeting with donors while not abandoning the work that we can do right now, even though it is only a small drop of what is needed. That drop can make a difference. Parents need to see that their contributions help their school. If it goes into a large fund, when the results are unknown as to how it will be distributed, it is just another tax. We just saw the budget discussion. Unless the state finally acts, we are going to be facing budget constraints for the next few years. A temporary pause on the amendment would allow school foundations to raise money, some of which will be allocated to the fund as in the past, and will help it grow into the fund imagined by its supporters. Remember that this year's successful tutoring program in many schools was funded with foundation dollars. Although the policy change was made to support equity, it is important that we look at intent versus impact. The intent of the rule change was to make things more equitable. Instead, it has negatively impacted all students. We put too much hope in the legislature and not enough work into establishing a new fund base. Give Nick time to finalize the structure and funding processes of the fund. We're a new board facing a new reality, a harder reality, and it looked even harder than ever when we saw the presentation today, a harder reality than what we were facing when this change was made. We need to back up and take a fresh look at what is possible to support our current situation. I want to quote again from an email that I received which expresses the situation perfectly. Parents want to help, but they need to see that their contributions will make a real difference. A pause is not about going backward. It is about preventing further loss while a stronger, more effective transition plan is developed. Without action, we risk losing both funding and community engagement. With a thoughtful transition, we can rebuild both. I urge you to support a resolution to approve a temporary pause on the May 2024 amendments to Policy 7.20.010P that prohibits foundation support for staff. The need is now. Thank you. Okay. Ian?
First of all, I'm going to have a lot more to say once we open it up for discussion. This is just a short thing I drafted to go before the District Student Council.
Remind everyone that it's ratified by the student.
Yes, it's in here. I speak here today on behalf of myself and the District Student Council, which approved this message unanimously. The question before us tonight is ironically not one of budget or finance. It is one of values. Should we continue with pausing the updated foundation policy passed in 2024, we will signal that we are a board that holds our values only when they are easy. Shall we next assign monetary limits to racial justice or transparency? Trade-offs are the very nature of public policy, and so to believe in equity only when it is easy is not to believe in equity at all. As well, I have preached endlessly from this dais on our need for systemic change in our school funding model, and that remains truer than ever. The change we need does not lie here, but in Salem, and by allowing wealthy schools to fix the problem only for their site, we suck the air from our crucial legislative efforts. So, my question to the voting members of this board is, what is it you truly believe? Thank you.
Okay, with that I hand this over to Executive Director of the Fund.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on this matter, and while I welcome the opportunity to engage in the discussion if appropriate, what I'd like to open with is a board-approved message today on behalf of the Fund for Portland Public Schools. So good evening, directors, and thank you for your time. We've got a lot going on right now. 90 days ago, I stepped into the interim executive director role at the Fund for Portland Public Schools. Given the policy conversation that you're engaging in tonight, I want to give you a brief and honest picture of what I've heard, what we've built so far and what we need you to do for this to work well. So you start all these processes by listening. Since February, I've sat down with more than 40 PPS principals from Title I schools that have never had a foundation to the schools that have once raised the most. I've met with this board, with district leadership, with most active independent foundations, with the Oregon PTA, with school PTAs, with representatives from the current and previous parent advisory committee, with corporate partners, with foundations, with major donors, and those who care deeply about our Portland's kids. All told, we're talking about a little over 200 conversations in the last 90 days. What I heard surprised me, not because it was contentious, but because it was so consistent. Across every kind of school, principals told me the same thing. They want flexibility, they want transparency, and they all said their schools have unmet needs. A Title I principal, for example, described their funding needs for field trips, snacks, and interpretation services that support community and belonging, not some of the other topics we're talking about today. Multiple principals told me candidly that they did not know that academic support in their school came from the fund right now. There's a range of positions, there's a range of people in positions in power that all gave me feedback looking for a more transparent system. We have work to do. I also heard something hopeful. Almost every stakeholder I met with, regardless of where they stand on the bylaws question in front of you, they want the same thing in the end. They want a system that invests in every child who needs it. The disagreement is about architecture. The destination is shared. So in parallel with that listening, we built. In 90 days since I've been here, the fund has stood up its first real fundraising infrastructure. So we've built our CRM out. We've built a peer-to-peer fundraising platform. We do have a school liaison committee set up. We have a corporate sponsorship structure now stood up, and we have a 16-week communication campaign that is now actively running. Hopefully you subscribe to our emails. And while this is all happening, the high impact tutoring program being supported right now is reaching more than 1,000 K-3 students across 45 elementary schools. This is catching those students in that window, right, before 4th grade, where learning to read becomes reading to learn. And there are 20 community schools that have brand new stocked food pantries right now, and high school students are getting critical math support via the fund. I want to recognize that much of this funding was deployed from the fund via the previous system, and the gains and growth by students are being made district-wide from a singular system. I want to be very honest with you about what the fund is. The fund is not here to solve the district's structural deficit. That is a public funding conversation, and it belongs to the state, the district, and the voters. The fund is here to do something different and specific, to lift up our students, where philanthropy can move faster than a budget cycle can. To do that well, under any policy path this board chooses, we need clarity and stability. This is critical. Major donors, corporate partners, and foundations do not give to ideas in motion. They give to organizations whose scope and governance are articulated and clear. We cannot bring schools, parents, major donors, and corporate partners together around a moving target. The Fund for PPS looks forward to working with the district in the coming months to support the most critical student needs across every school in PPS. And I look forward to the board and the broader community support of our PPS Day of Giving this Thursday, where anyone can so choose to donate to the Fund for PPS via our website at fundforpps.org/givingday. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we will now open this up for board discussion. I believe we're starting with Director Engelsman.
Okay. I thought I was going to go fast first after I think you went first twice, which is fine. Oh no. Okay, so
Is it my turn?
no, it's mine.
Okay.
No. My journey with PPS starts in 2019 when my kids start in Abernathy Elementary, and I specifically name the name of the school because I'm going to go back to that with a very important point that I want to make clear today. So 2019 to 2020, everyone remembers what happened in March of 2020 when we went on extended spring break and never went back. So that was a really weird year for me when I was figuring out how to parent 3, 5 and under, 2 in kindergarten, and then a world that broke. The next year, even weirder. And then the next year after that, weird, kids are in masks, they're standing 6 feet away, even though they're supposed to be hugging and chewing on each other's fingers at age 7. The next year was weird with a strike and then a snowstorm. And then apparently this conversation had started sometime in those weird years when I was not as involved as I probably needed to be, but absolutely could not be, while also working a very big full-time job. And then it changed in March of 2024, or spring of 2024. So I say all of that to say this has been my experience up until the change in 2024. And I didn't really hear much about it, I think in part because I don't know what kind of community engagement happened, certainly under Dr. Armstrong with the decisions she's making different from this. Community engagement has been really impressive. I have no idea. I was not involved. I was not paying attention. I was doing a bunch of other stuff. Since being elected, I've heard a lot about this from the very beginning. I have sat down with people all over the spectrum of this issue. I have sat down with Beth and Suzanne and had a lovely lunch. I have sat down with a lot of parents who are on the other end of the spectrum who are upset about what happened. Perhaps they also had no idea it was going on during these weird years when we were parenting by computers. I've had a lovely lunch with Nick, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, it's flown by, where I was very inspired by a lot of what you're saying and telling me, and I was uber inspired by my very direct question of your contract says you have to earn $1 million by the end of the year, and I think your answer was something like, that's easy, it's gonna be easy, I'm gonna be able to do it, which gave me confidence. And I think we then engaged in a sort of dreamy thing about, well, why stop at 1? We should be able to earn 10 without really turning over a whole lot of stones. And so that was a really good conversation. So why did I name Abernathy? I did a whole bunch of behind the scenes stuff for Abernathy yearbook, coat closet, coat drive, I can't, whatever, lots of stuff. But I never actually had a PTA position. I still don't have a PTA position, and in fact, I don't even think I'm a paid member of the PTA anymore. So what these families that are driving this letter, and when we were here last time, there was a list of all the schools. The first one out by alphabetical was Abernathy. And I want to say very clearly, I am not doing anything to drive this conversation. Those are very committed, very dedicated, very smart Abernathy and Dunaway and everyone who's here families. They're doing this on their own. Why is Abernathy doing it? I have been saying this since September. Abernathy is one of the few elementary schools who lost reading results. And as an OBOB coach for 4 years running now, and as a very invested volunteer in our school, even when I was working full time, I can tell you there are kids at Abernathy who cannot read at grade level. And so to lose reading results over the summer, and our principal sends out an email and everyone is shocked when we know there are kids who can't read at grade level, and to then have a program that is computer-based offered instead, I have said to you very publicly and also in a private conversation, is absolutely unacceptable. If you have a program that you're helping kids, if a school has 3 kids who can't read at grade level, they get a percentage of the school that has 300, but you must get the program to the kids and not a computer-based program. They deserve in-person learning, especially when they're so little and they're trying to learn to read. I bring this up also because I heard that Creston just got told they are losing their reading results. Creston used to be a Title I. Creston has a SUN program. Creston has an extraordinarily diverse socioeconomic population. They do not have a foundation. They've never had a foundation. They just have a PTA, and they are floored that they now have to try to figure out how to help their kids learn to read because they don't want the AI-based program that was offered. So even since I've started publicly saying you have to bring reading results to all the students that need it, there are now more schools losing it, and that's unacceptable. And if reading results they don't have enough people to do the work, that's a different issue. Find another in-person program and send them out to the schools that need it in whatever percentage, so that that little 6-year-old learns how to read, and we don't end up wondering why, when they're in 9th grade, they're not going to school. Okay, so that's why I wanted to bring up the Abernathy thing. I'm not doing anything, although I'm super proud of all that they're doing, because they're advocating, which is always great. All right, since I've sat down with everybody. I told you one of the most compelling conversations I've had. Do I think that, no, let me first start out by saying I have donated to the fund. I plan on donating on April 30th. I have posted, and I would urge everyone who has social media to do the same. I have not seen it a lot. I have posted on my own socials the April 30th. I have posted on my own socials the school liaison asking people to do this. I have donated, and I will donate again. I have connected Nick with a collection of Southeast and Inner Northeast PTA presidents
I attended.
Yes, where you went. I saw the notes. It was great. So I connected to try to get this conversation going and to try to get people on board. I am doing as much as I can, and frankly, more than I should, to try to get this going. And so I implore everybody to do the same if we want this to work, because I do not believe that we get to do nothing and then wonder why something doesn't work. And so I have been doing that since the beginning, and I intend to keep doing that because we have a new policy. I didn't vote on it. I don't know how I would have voted on it, but I support whatever the board's policy is, even in situations since I've been on the board where I have voted different from the board. So all of this to say, there were some newspaper articles that suggested that I sort of had made up my mind already because I was one of 3. I said the words "I do," which belong in a wedding and also apparently on the board. As a lawyer, and also a naturalized citizen, so I learned all this stuff while I was becoming naturalized. Democracy is like foundational to me. And if I have dozens of community members emailing me about a subject, regardless of what it is, and then I have a board member asking to put something on the agenda, I'm always going to be a second or a third, regardless of what the topic is, regardless of whether I think that I care about it, want to hear more about it. My role as one of your elected school board people is to bring your voice to this conversation. And so that was in part why I was one of 3, because I do not think it is democratic. I do not think it is appropriate to hear from dozens and dozens of families who are very invested and just say, no, we did this before 2 years ago during all that weird time. We don't need to revisit it. Okay. The 2 most compelling things that I've heard, no, I'm not done. I have now a 5 here. Do I think there should have been a better runway? Yes, absolutely. And I watched some of the old meetings at Director LaForte's suggestion, and there was actually conversation about making a better runway so you weren't left with sort of all the problems that we talked about at that lunch. Do I think there should have been a better runway? Yes. Do I think an executive director or an interim executive director should have been hired 2 years ago? Absolutely. Do I think an executive director should have been hired before the change? Even more absolutely. To wait, 21 months before hiring an executive director is asinine at best and irresponsible. And so I'm glad you're here. Finally, that's great. But I wish you'd been here 2 years ago when all of this was starting. I love the idea of partnerships. I wish those had been started, but we've got the fire coming. They want a lot of new, they want to have some goodwill here. I know you're working with Thorns, Blazers, Nike, Intel, everybody. we need partnerships more than just these families who are trying to do all of this work. All right, I'm done now, except to say, just don't, I can't even read my writing. The second most compelling thing, and is my final thought, was someone had suggested, instead of a now, like doing the pause in June. And the reason that would like to not finish this now is because I really want to give you a chance. And you have contractual language that says what you need to do. And if we all work together, you should be able to do this. You should be able to do it on April 30th. And so it seems very premature for me, given all of the conversations I've had with everyone over the last apparently 90 days, but most importantly with you, whom I have faith in, that you can do this, and you have literally told me you can do this, and so I have no reason to believe that you can't do it. So I would like to give you a chance, because now, 21 months after making this change, we finally have you, and I want to give you that chance to do it. If it doesn't work, it needs to be revisited. It is a drop in the bucket, that is true, but every penny counts. But I really want to continue to try to help you. I implore every board member to do the same. I implore every community member listening to do the same, because I just want to give you a chance. So that's all I got.
Chair Wang, could I have a moment to briefly respond as folks
Yes.
makes comment? Is that appropriate?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Does my board chair need to make any comment? Thank you, board chair. I just want to call out the opportunity in your comments there in the multiple processes, some of which are outside of my purview and my board's purview, and some of which are within our purview, including how schools are selected for a program like reading results. And just to walk through, the fund is meant to create supportive mechanisms for these academic interventions. The decision-making process, as it stands with governance right now, stands with the parent advisory committee, the board, yourselves, and then district administrators. And for example, we do max out as a district the reading results contract as it stands right now. So it does unfortunately become a rank order. And if we can all feel like we can come together around this, I feel very strongly that if we max out a current vendor contract that goes through a procurement system, then we can find something to come alongside that the fund can help support. And it does take all of us working together. I appreciate your faith in me. I have greater faith in everyone else in this room to come together over something like this for our students. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I guess it's my turn. Director Sullivan called me and we talked about this process and things like that. And I have to say that, there's nothing that Director Sullivan said that I disagree with. I think it's very true. At the same time, what Student Representative Retorto said, I also 100% agree with as well. And one of the things, and as you know, I've been very vocal. When the policy passed, I have been very vocal about that the transition was not done well, was not given a proper runway, and I've been very clear about that in the past, and it should have been given a proper runway for all the things that you said earlier. I as the board member, I served as volunteered as the ex officio member on the Fund for PPS board as well for the year trying to do, and I'm really the wrong person to be that person because I have no rich connections. All my friends are musicians. Let that sink in a little bit.
You know Taylor.
Yeah. I know people who work with Taylor. How about that? And they're not wealthy. Don't push it. And I one of the things I'm very concerned about is that yes, there should have been time for a runway to build up the fund and things like that. But I also think that there's a greater risk that we've passed the point of no return, meaning that maybe we've missed our window, and having a pause and going backwards and giving it time to reset and things like that could cause more long-term damage to the direction, the fund, and establishing a healthy, equitable system. And that is not something I'm willing to risk. And I think that that's kind of where I'm at right now in terms of, yes, I mean, how can we predict the future? Absolutely not, right? And I understand that. I understand the urge of every parent wanting to fight for their own school, and that's natural. You're supposed to do that. That's great. But at the same time, we also have to think systemically. We are a district that needs to think systemically. When I talked to Nick, thank you if I addressed you by first name, we talked about the fund being part of that system where it catches the things that are fall outside of what PPS is designed for, right? And there's always going to be kids who on the opposite ends of the curve, and having that system in place where it's reliable, where it's consistent, and it produces results, and that's the thing that inspires people to donate. And it rests on a lot of idealism. I'm going to be blunt and honest, but that's why we do it, right? Because it is something that can be better and can be greater. I mean, I never ever want to strive for mediocre, and I want to strive for better. And so that's where I stand today. I mean, everyone here is making great arguments. At the same time, what my feeling is, I think we just missed the boat. I think we need to continue and push forward for the better system. So thank you.
May I insert my comments before moving to the next person? Only because I feel like, and I'm gonna just accept the fact that nothing I say is going to be popular with either group, but I'm just speaking my truth. I feel like the conversation is misaligned with our reality, because I think we talk about runways and we talk about gaps, and the only thing I'm interested in is getting as many resources to as many students as we possibly can. Like, that's my number one focus. So I get that there's multiple truths and we can hold multiple truths, but I guess I just want to encourage you all, as you're having the conversation and as you're deliberating, maybe just separate from, whether a missed opportunity or the wrong opportunity or the right opportunity. I think the conversation really comes to, deploying resources as fast as we could. I mean, you heard our conversation, and on top of the fact that we have a reading crisis and things like that. So I think, I love the opportunity for fun, for PPS. I mean, I came from a district that had like $1 million plus foundation and lots of resources and teacher grants and things. So I know how powerful it can be. And so as I'm listening, I just keep thinking of our students in all of our schools, no matter where they are located, and the needs that they have. And so anyway, all the truths that we hold, and however you navigate the conversation, I don't think that there's any judgment in it. I just think continuing to center our learners, that's what me and my team, that we do every day. How can we support all of our kiddos out there that are in need as fast as we possibly can with the maximum amount of resources?
Okay, just one clarifying question from
Can I ask you a clarifying question? I don't know that I understood properly. Would you like a pause?
Well, I was vocal when I came in 2024, and I've been vocal over the last 2 years that it wasn't a decision that I would have supported as superintendent, but I acknowledge and accept that it was. Like, I hear and I understand the concerns about our students in our neediest areas. I grew up in a family with a lot of need. We had a tremendous amount of support. I never knew if a support was coming from a foundation, from a resource, from title, from identified or designated school. I just know that there was support that was there for my family in foundational ways. And I think what I've said about this conversation earlier on was the very same thing. Like, I feel like both of the things are true, foundations and foundation fundraising. I think both of those things can be true and can be great. I think when we get into the details of equity, is where I think I get a little lost in the conversation, because what it sounds like to me is we're saying that, we need to, cut off a source of funds because all kids or kids who are in the maximum amount of need aren't benefiting. And I think it misses the fact that we have kids with significant needs all across our district. And so I never just really understood that. But that's I know that there was some other details and some other things, and I get that I don't know all of that history, and I completely respect the people that are behind the causes, fighting the good fight. All I'm simply saying is that we send our students, so if that means that there's a runway for the fund for PPS to activate resources to our kiddos, I'm all for it, as long as it's quick. I mean, all I know is I've been in the chair for 22 months, and we have not been able to make that happen yet. We did not have Nick, and I get that we're putting a lot of hope in Nick, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure that she can rise to the occasion. But I think what I would want as superintendent is to know that there's a date in which we will evaluate and say, are we deploying a maximum amount of resources to our kids, and if not, what's our next plan if there's a funding source? And then the other thing that bothered me, since I'm going on about this, is that there's this belief that it's like, oh, just, we'll just knock on the doors, or we'll ask people to contribute funds, when I know when I go to a lot of galas and a lot of fundraisers, as I'm sure you all do, most of the time when I give money, it's bidding out on things that are, exciting or attractive to me, whether it's timeshare or tickets or experiences or engagements. And so I think sometimes we come in with this assumption of, a bunch of rich people, just dumping cash into schools to create some type of unlevel playing field. But I mean, I don't know. I won't go on because I get that it's not my deliberation. All I'm asking is that, we host students at the center, and we're realistic with our timelines and not letting good be the enemy of great.
I just have one quick question I want to ask. Either the chair or the executive director. There was some discussion at some point about raising up to a certain amount of money, which would allow for practically, you mentioned personnel in every elementary school. Do you remember off the top of your head about what that amount would be?
That was around $3 million.
Yeah, somewhere in 3 to 4 million creates that if in fact what you're talking about is a Board of Education dictating the governance of a separate 501c3, then that is a conversation that can be had.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't want to go there at all. I'm just saying, like, yeah. If that was a possibility, and that's something that the fund decided to do.
Sure, given union contracts and like the district staffing policy and the FTE required of schools, given all of those variables, you're looking at $3 to $4 million creates that kind of impact, which would be a minimum-ish modicum of capital deployment for a district of our size. If you look at comparable districts around the country that sit on somewhere around $15 million of assets on hand, and they deploy anywhere from an eighth to a quarter of that a year.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments and also the people that testified tonight. And Superintendent, I appreciate your keeping students at the center of this conversation, and I appreciate kind of being brought back to that, because that's not where I was going. And I've heard lots of different things. I know there's multiple truths in the room, and I'm okay with that. But I think that we do need to build the plane, and we need to fly it at the same time. I also wanted to just correct, we have had work going on for 21 months, and it's not as visible. We've had a full-time person, here in the building, and prior to Nick's hire, and there's been some work in terms of how we're going to be governed and who's, the governing structure, getting people on the board. One time we didn't have any board members. A couple of years ago. So board members were recruited and onboarded, and then the hire came. And so it's been a process steps that have kind of been humming in the background. But that's not to say that there hasn't been any work going on, because there's been lots of good work. I I also understand personally that there is need in every school, and which is why I would like to have the fund focus on a district-wide policy that could go into funding resources in every school. That would be where I would want to, direct you to do that. That $3 million is, if that's what we need to aim for, and we know that Portlanders are philanthropic. We know that we have money in our community, and I think that I trust that you can do that. To your point about evaluation, I think maybe we should set a date. I don't know if that's 6 months or a year from now, but we need to allow time for this to be stood up. It's a startup. We need to allow the time. It's like a business. We're not ready to open on day one, but you're starting here on day one. You're raising money. You've talked to 200 people right now already in the 90 days. Those conversations are going to reap benefits, and it will probably take time. And also somebody said something that was really impactful, and that's that, and Maya Angelou said this as well, when you do as well as you can until you know better, and when you know better, you do better. And we know there's inequities in our system. We can see it every time we walk into a school. Doesn't matter what part of town you're in. And we need to solve for that. We need to solve for all of the need in all of our schools. And we know that some schools have a lot higher need. So I'm going to kind of leave it at that. I would, if I were to vote on this today, would say let's go forward. I'm not in favor of doing a pause. I would be in favor of setting a date to evaluate and measure the impact and see where we go from there.
Again, I'm just wondering why everybody is so worried that a pause is going to make it that we cannot develop the fund. I mean, it just seems to me that pausing and getting some money and using it for our kids. I mean, we were at Roosevelt last night, and one of the main things that came out was people wanted their kids to be able to have small group instruction. It was a big thing. It was like 2 or 3 people mentioned that it was important. So we're going to say, oh, okay, well, maybe you can have small group instruction year after next, but you can't have it this year, even though it's a very big possibility you could. And so I just don't see it. I got a really interesting, not interesting, I'm quoting a lot of people when I'm talking, because people actually in their emails are much more eloquent than I. And this is a message from an email I received, and it's signed by 55 people representing 12 schools, and they're not all the 12 schools that everybody is saying only. It's the schools that have lots of money. It's not. It's 12 schools, many who do not have much money, I think, if I'm right. I haven't looked at their accounts, but, I'm pretty sure they don't. And they said, if the board's primary concern is the well-being and success of every child in this district, I urge you not to reject the help that is available right now. There are willing partners, including the foundation, parents, and school communities ready to assist the district during this period of dire financial need. And we know that's true. We just saw it. It's dire. It's not something's going to go away tomorrow. Turning away those partners in the name of policy consistency or equity. And what do we mean by equity? Does it mean everybody gets exactly the same thing? No. What is it?
That's equality.
We don't even know. Yeah.
No,
you
we
don't
do
even know what it is. When children are falling behind today, it's not an outcome any of us can accept. And I was a no vote last time on the foundation, and I was accepting it. I remember the Supreme Court judge that was here, and somebody asked her, don't you get upset with your fellow judges when they don't vote your way? She said, no, I accept it. They're good people. We have different opinions. So I didn't like it, but I was fine. I knew they were good people. But then I was approached because somebody happened to see that I voted no. And I think, okay, let's give it a try. We are in a different place than we were when that vote was taken. We are in worse budget shape. We are a new board. And so it's worth a try. I mean, if we don't do a pause, That's okay. I can accept it. I understand it. I'm hearing what you're saying. But it's just hard for me to understand why we don't do a pause. Because if you accept the foundation, I think this actually gives Nick a kind of a breathing room so we can get going. And it gives us, or not us, the ones who want to, have some money to give to kids that really need help. And to say that only schools that can't raise foundations have kids that need reading help is really ridiculous. Well, you sound like you believe it if you're going to vote against. So anyway, that's it for me, I think, unless I find another great quote that somebody said that I might read, because people have done a really good. Oh, I know one thing I want to say. I got one letter which kind of shocked me, actually. It said that they know that schools have not stopped fundraising. Many are fundraising for all sorts of things, just not PAT or PFSP staff positions. They're hiring fundraising coordinators, school tutoring, supplies, community-based organization to do activities, and they don't have to pay anything to anybody. They just don't have to pay their 10%. Yeah, so I didn't know that, but now you can raise money and you don't even have to do your 30%. So, I mean, why not let people raise money for staff? I don't get it, but that's all right.
I think I can answer that.
I'm sorry, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We need to go back and turn. We kind of skipped one person. Sorry, thank you, Director Sullivan.
I think that is
let's go back. We'll go to Director LaForte and then Director Chase Miller.
I think the way that played out is actually perfect in terms of what my comments are going to be. I'm on the board for the Fund for PPS, newer board member, and I want to give my kudos to Jackie and Nick, who have been working extremely hard. And I also want to say that both sides make very compelling arguments. But I want to be honest about something that really irritates me, being very blunt. Any ongoing shots that are being taken by either side of each other are actively undermining the efforts of the district-wide fund. It's making our work harder. If families don't trust the system or feel respected in the process, they are not going to give. So whatever your position is on the LSFs, continuing this back and forth is divisive. It's counterproductive to the work of the fund. And if you're going to go home and get online and take some pot shots at fellow parents who may be on the opposite side of the issue from you, I'm asking you on behalf of the fund to stop. The sole focus should be on making the fund successful and something that people believe in and want to give to. And this type of interaction, and when it moves online, it's completely counterproductive, and it's really frustrating to those of us who are volunteering our time on a regular basis. So what would help us is if both sides of the room could just come together and help you be successful. What? Oh, no,
Sorry,
I'm not
I'm
engaging.
sorry.
I'm not engaging.
If
I am
you
not
can-
engaging.
Dear audience, please don't interrupt. Thank you.
So, and to Dr. Armstrong and Patty's points, we have kids who need help right now, but there was never an assertion or a promise that the fund would replace the FTE that was the result of the LSFs. And I think that's okay. The time I've spent on the board, I can see that there are programs like Reading Results that are just as impactful or maybe even more impactful than one FTE in a school building. So the conversation I would really like to have is what are the most effective ways, what are the most effective spends for the fund that impacts students within the guardrails that we have? Do we want to change the guardrails? Maybe that's a conversation we need to have. There's a couple conversations that could probably be had, but I'm just over the divisiveness. It makes everything more difficult. I worry that we're alienating the people that want to give, and I'm just asking you to consider that when you go home and get on your computers tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia.
Want to move this to Director Chase
Yeah.
Miller?
Perfect.
Oh, excuse me. I have a lot to say. At their inception, local school foundations were a stopgap measure intended to supplement the district's budget while the legislator figured out school funding in Oregon. In the 35 years since Measure 5 passed, the legislature still has not figured out how to fund Oregon schools adequately. And local school foundations went from a bandage staunching a wound to a prosthetic limb that schools and the district came to rely on to pick up some of the load in a system where resources became more constrained with each passing year. When I think about local school foundations, I think about Ida B. Wells Barnett. Wells Barnett advocated for universal suffrage, or the right for all people to vote. Not just men, not just white men, not just women, and not just white women. The white feminist luminaries of the time, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, told her to wait. That after white women had won the right to vote, then it would be the right time for black women to be granted the vote, and for the rights of black men to vote to be affirmed and enforced. Because she knew that none of us are free until all of us are free, Ida B. Wells Barnett said no to the idea that access and rights for some, at the expense of the most marginalized, was something to strive for. Her courage, vision, and integrity is why we named a high school after her. Similarly, in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1963 letter from Birmingham jail, Dr. King addressed the pleas from the white moderates to slow his roll on civil rights. Dr. King noted that wait almost always means never, and rejected calls for patience from white moderates as a stalling tactic. He argued that justice was too long delayed and that the time is always ripe to do right. Dr. King argued that the demand to wait was a polite refusal to grant equality. He wrote, "This wait has almost always meant never." We named a school after him, too. Some of you listening may find it hyperbolic that I'm invoking Ida B. Wells Barnett and Dr. King in a discussion about school fundraising, but I find it to be an apt comparison. Public education is the great democratizer. Public schools are the one place in our society where every child and every family is welcome and will be provided with an education of the same quality as every other child, white or black, rich or poor, differently abled or typically abled. In a public school system, it should be impossible to purchase outcomes. Schools are publicly funded to serve the public. But local school foundations do just that by allowing families with more wealth to purchase higher quality experiences and better outcomes for their students through their ability to fund additional headcount. We are being asked to wait to further the work in building a successful district-wide foundation. Some of the emails advocating for this pause say the process was rushed. Some say it may be successful in the future, but not right now. In reading these emails, I can't help but think back to when foundation reform passed. And it was a long process, by the way. 7-8 years, families were advocating for this change. A lot of work has been done over many years to get to where we are now. But I digress. Families from the schools with foundations that raised a lot of money told us then that they would not participate in district-wide fundraising. They told us that they would not give to support our district's children collectively. And they made good on their threats and have not supported the district-wide foundation. Let's be clear, that is a choice. But I will not vote to rescind a policy that stands to benefit our entire district because the most privileged members of our community refuse to participate, don't care to see it succeed, and aren't shy about saying so. We've made the decision to invest in the collective future of our kids through a common fund. So now we all need to work together to make that successful. This year, the Fund for PPS supported PPS families with funds for groceries. It supported our unhoused families. It provided high-impact tutoring to kids across the districts. By working together and fundraising as a district, we can do so much to create experiences across the districts that have a meaningful impact on the lives and education of our students. If your school has the ability to throw a fundraiser and raise $100,000, but refuse to do so when those funds will go towards a district-wide foundation, and that is happening, by the way. PTAs are having fundraisers, they're making a lot of money, and they're using it to pay for the extras, including reading results, which PTAs can do, so maybe note to Abernathy on that one. But if you have the ability to contribute in a meaningful way and make the choice not to do so, I believe that your perspective is short-sighted. Our kids exist in their individual schools and neighborhoods now, but they will all grow up to be our neighbors. Our doctors, our bus drivers, our teachers, our neighbors. Focusing resources on what just benefits your neighborhood today will have a profound impact on the city that our kids will share in the future. When affluent school communities choose to fundraise for their own headcount rather than contributing to the fund for PPS, they mirror a historical mistake, pursuing progress within their own neighborhood blocks while abandoning the systemic duty to support every child in the district. True equity is not found in the luxury of an isolated success, but in the refusal to accept a victory that leaves the most vulnerable behind. Public schools are the bedrock of our democracy and a powerful driver for social equality. They're a shared resource serving the entire community and are by definition harbors of inclusion, diversity, and social cohesion. I understand the temptation to bring back the local school foundations in this moment when things are so hard, and I don't doubt the positive intentions of any of you that are here to advocate for the pause. However, returning to a system that furthers social and education inequity will not fix school funding and PPS, and will not benefit the students in our district that have the most need. The wealthy have left our schools before. My community is familiar with the concept of white flight. Here's the reality that I live in my Title I school communities. Families in my community certainly can't leave for private schools, and we can't throw an auction and raise $100,000 to supplement our staff. How fortunate some children are that their families have the ability to resource them so well, whether or not that's in partnership with our schools. At our school, families are hungry. Families are struggling to make rent and mortgage payments. Families are unhoused. Parents are afraid to go to work lest they not return because they've been abducted by ICE. And our Title I school community comes together to take care of each other in the best way we can. That's the superpower of our Title I schools. We can't raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we can't leave our neighborhood schools. So that means we have to invest in this system and invest in one another and invest in our kids, because they are all ours, every single one of them, regardless of what school they go to. And whether or not some of you choose to join us, the beauty of public education is that when the private school you move your kid to won't acknowledge your child's IEP or respect their gender identity or honor your expression of your culture, your public schools will, and will be ready to welcome your child and your family back. That's community, and that's worth investing in. Last thing, nobody is stopping anyone from donating to the district-wide foundation. I wish you would, because the 30% peel off from all the auctions that will get distributed among the other 70 schools doesn't make a difference. It doesn't touch the need in our communities. Foundations happen in many different ways. The local school foundation setup that Portland has had is an outlier. This doesn't happen in other districts, doesn't happen in other states. The way we're doing the fund now may work in the future, or maybe there's another way, but that doesn't change the fact that wealthy families having the ability to pay for their own head count is an inequity. I think, this is less eloquent. I think it's kind of bananas to say that the only way that a foundation can be successful in PPS is if it's a local school foundation. So my request is that we learn to work together as a community with the needs of all of our kids in mind. As has been pointed out already tonight, we all want the same thing at the end of the day. The question is, how do we get there? But we don't get there by refusing to participate We don't get there by refusing to work together. That's all from me.
Thank you. Next up, we have Student Representative Retort.
All right. Thank you so much. I also have a lot to say. I'm just going to say I 100% agree. I loved that you referenced the letter from Birmingham Jail. I've read it many times throughout my public education, and I think I'm going to read it many more times before my education is over, and I love it more every single time. I'm also going to do some invoking of names. I would like to take this question, I would like to return to my initial statement, because I made a statement about what it means to have this conversation, and I said it's not about the finances, it's about the principle, and I'd like to return to that, because I am disappointed about the way this conversation has been framed around the money, because there is a reason other school districts and other states don't do this, because it is about the principle, and I don't think and where money comes from and where money goes does matter. I would not support if PPS took up a wing selling arms. The where money comes from matters, and every dollar isn't the same. And we have public schools for a reason. Abraham Lincoln very famously believed in public schools because he believed that everyone deserved a fair shake at life, no matter where they came from, no matter their circumstances. And I think that should be the guiding principle, and that is why I believe in equity so strongly, is because I believe that the duty of public schools is to give everyone a fair shake at life, a fair start. And by allowing wealthy schools and wealthy communities to fund and to make their schools better than other schools runs directly to the contrary of this core belief. And it runs completely contrary to everything that we have said as a board about equity. I find it hard to believe. I would find it hard to hear the words equity on this board if we were to continue with pausing this policy, because it is the most blatantly and completely inequitable policy in very recent PPS history. And I understand and I do agree that we should have built a longer runway. But the plane is flying now. We're in the air and we have to keep moving. Taking this plane down for repairs again isn't going to solve anything. We're flying it now, and it's our job to steer it in the right direction. And I believe that we can and are doing that right now. And so I think that that I don't, and this is also another thing that I'll say, and this might be controversial, I don't even like revisiting this policy, because I do not think this is a financial matter, because where the source of the money does matter, and where that money goes matters. And so again, even if the fund for PPS raises less money overall than local school foundations did, which is likely going to be the case, I find that perfectly in the near future, or even in the long-term future, and I'm not saying that is going to be the case, I would find that acceptable, because I think that it is, again, it is ridiculous as people who believe in public education to allow individual communities to raise money to benefit their schools. We, as part of a democracy, we have agreed to participate in this society. If it were me, I'm just gonna say something crazy. This is your, Ian's socialist thought of the day. I wouldn't even allow private schools, because I believe that we have a duty to participate in this society, in the system that we believe is right and that is just, and we should not, and that giving an easy get out of jail free card and opt out to people who are wealthier is a pattern that is remarkably prevalent in American history, and I think that this is our opportunity to change that, to say that we are going to put our foot down and say that we stand for equity. Again, going back to what Director Chase Miller said about waiting. It is so often in history that we are told to wait, that we are told to do things right, that we need to get things perfect. But I think that again, we're here now and we have to keep moving, because yes, maybe it wasn't handled perfectly when we first passed this policy, but we're here now and we need to keep going. And asking us to wait now, I find ridiculous. Now, I would like to ask a few questions, because one thing that I have heard a lot is I've heard from some people who are in favor of this pause that this is going to help the fund for PPS, that this is going to be to the benefit of the fund for PPS, because it will give them time to grow or to figure out what's going on. It is my perspective that in a situation like this, you kind of learn as you're doing. But I would like to hear your perspective. If you guys say this is what the fund for PPS needs, to be better in the long term, I will vote yes on this. But I want to hear your perspective.
Nick Brodnicki was hired specifically because he is an expert in fundraising. And so I will turn this to you.
I appreciate Dr. Armstrong's comments. You're all wonderful human beings and elected members of here. I appreciate the operator on the board most for their comments on, the needs that we have now. And it is my job to operate that from a systemic standpoint. And one singular system creates the most value here from the way I have been trained and hired to operate in almost any situation that I've engaged in, both in Portland or across my many years of running nonprofit organizations. So I still stand that I am the interim executive director for the Fund for Portland Public Schools, and I welcome folks to support the work that I am engaged in right now, because we can be successful if we all come together around the entity that I'm operating right now.
Thank you for that. Thank you. There's a few more things I would like to say. First of all, again, I would like to second that this is in no way stopping donations. The fund for PPS exists, and we need to rally as a school community around the fund for PPS, again, so that we can fund for all students, because again, they are all our students, and we all I think owe a duty to our fellow citizens and to the society in which we engage. I also want to say that I've heard a few times, another thing that I have heard is that this will not impact our focus on Salem. And this is something that has struck me as a little bit as odd a little bit, just because of my experience, in public engagement. That people, again, when problems arise, people look for a solution, and if a solution presents itself, again, you can just donate to your school. I think it is incredibly reasonable, and you guys can let me know what you think, but I think it is incredibly reasonable, as an average citizen myself, that if this came before me, I would say, oh, I can just donate to my school, so I guess it doesn't really, it's not, and so therefore I have less of a stake. I have marginally less of a stake in what's happening in Salem. And so, because again, I don't think that this is, and I've heard this echoed across the board, so I don't think we're disagreeing here. This is, the fund and foundations are not the solution to our overall funding crisis. We need, of course, broader action. And so I just don't really get that argument, because I do think that there are lots of people. Of course, I don't think that is the case for any of the people here, because of course, we all care about education so deeply. We're going to do both of these things. But if I am someone who cares about my students' education, I'm going to take the path of least resistance to creating a solution, to making that better. And it is a lot easier to just donate to my school than to attend town halls and attend, community, budget forums, consistently and repeatedly enough times to berate, my legislator enough to actually care about this stuff. So that's my perspective. And that's what I've got to say on the matter, but I'm interested to hear what you guys think.
I love that you have a little socialist moment a day. That's cool.
All right. So I too wrote something down. We'll see if I stick to it. And I don't always prepare in advance, but this is like a complicated issue to me. As a reminder to all of you, I coached Constitution team for, I think, 11 years. I've been saying 12, and I've realized I think that's inaccurate, untrue. I think it's 11. A dear friend was a coach of that program, and he passed away recently. He'd also served on the school board. I'm talking about Steve Griffith, who I know some of you knew. I wish I could talk to Steve. This was a person who spent hours of his life teaching kids things like which one comes first, the common good or your rights as an individual? What is the goal? What are elected officials? Are they people who go with their own values? Are they people who listen and vote with the values of their constituents in mind? And I would just love to sit and talk with him. What's interesting is I think we would come to different conclusions. He and I were very different as much as we cared about each other and loved to debate and talk and actually find common ground often too. But I was just thinking of him and that struggle because I live in Southwest Portland. My kids go to a school that had a foundation. We actually started our foundation after we were told by PPS staff that they were intentionally challenging us to start a foundation by giving us fewer staff. That's part of the reason why we started getting cut in 2020. And I still remember hearing that story, and that was how we were very latecomers. The first substantial year of foundation fundraising we had followed the vote, believe it or not. It was 2 days later. I think it was the Friday after the board voted on Tuesday or something. I can tell you the good that foundation funding has done for the kids that go to my school, and that includes the 20% of them that live in public housing. I can also tell you that I've seen wealthy families leave for private school from my own school. So when I see the combination is two. I get the emails from people saying, you pause. If you don't pause, I'm going to send my kids to private school, the threat. I've also seen I'm concerned about the impact on our school when these families leave for private schools. I have seen the impact of that happening in my own school. And so for me, that conversation of who am I in this space has been kind of interesting to think about. But I think when push comes to shove, my values, who I am deep down inside, is someone who maybe is a little bit socialist too. And I do wonder, why do we have private schools too? Why is that even an option when we know that the common good is best served by all of us being together? It bums me out that we're not all together. And I think that deep down in my core, I believe that foundations perpetuate inequity, and I can't support continuing to have debate about it. What I want to do is support us moving forward and not backward. I want to support one district, that we're all powerful together. That's what I want to support. That's the vision I want to see. And I just want to be clear that I see both sides of it, but my personal values just don't allow me to do anything but reject the idea of a pause, despite what perhaps my closest neighbors might think. It's up to me as an elected official, I think in this case, to decide what I think is the right thing to do. And I think doing the right thing is the most important thing I can do as an elected official. I wanted to say also that when I did just there's the math, and I'm just not even going to claim my math is good. I did my math in a way that was, or not, I think it's good, but it's not accurate. This is just hypothetical. I've seen a lot of emails being well, we could move the needle and give more. So instead of 30-70, we could do 50-50 so that more money goes to the schools in need. And I was just curious because I was that's interesting. Maybe we could have this work where actually it is equitable. Could that be the answer? And then I ran the math and I looked at, there's kind of this old adage that there are 11 schools that regularly were able to get foundation funding. If those 11 schools raised $100,000, the other 70, this would get, if everybody got the same amount, around $7,800. So you've got $50,000 at the school that raised the 100, $7,857 at the other schools. I just can't get past that. I just can't. And even though somebody could tell me, oh, maybe it'd be 15 at other schools, and those principals could really use that money, I totally agree. But it just seems really just unfair to me. I can't see past it. I do want to say one more time, though, that I talked a little bit about equity and funding earlier. I think we have work to do to make sure that our schools are funded in a way that is equitable, which is different than equal. And I'm happy, Patty, to talk to you about the difference offline, because I think it's important. But I do think and know that there are schools, including the ones where my kids go, that don't get like the basics that and like when I heard today about kindergarten reading aids. Like, we had a foundation, but we were not, like, my kids didn't. My one daughter was in 26-person kindergartens with 20% super low income kids, and we didn't have any aids in our kindergarten classrooms. And that might not be a basic, but not having anyone to staff lunch seems kind of basic. So I think we might need to look at some of those schools that lost the foundations and then had like the rug pulled out and have needs that aren't being met. And so when we're figuring out our North Star for our conversation about right sizing, I think part of that is like, what's like our dream? And then also like, is there like a floor that we want to talk about? Just making sure that there are certain things that every single school has. Because I am worried that some of the foundation schools ended up in a situation where they got upside down, and I'd like to be part of fixing that.
Can I just say that we did address that last year?
Good.
We had a spreadsheet, and we looked at the FTE reduction, not only that we were making for this upcoming year, this current year, but we also looked at the FTE that was paid for by the foundation, which was approximately 30 FTE. And so then we looked at like what resource could we give some of our schools that don't have designated funds or title funds, not in huge numbers, but to still be able to support the groups of students that were being supported. Now, for this upcoming year, we have had to make some reductions. So I can't say that we're able to do that next year, but we were able to make some adjustments this year to support that. So
great. Well, thank you for being on top of it. But I still, like, let's make sure we got that right. The last thing, I already kind of said it, but the most important thing is we are all in this together. That is it for me. And I know right now some of you are going to leave and it's not going to feel that way. But I hope that when you walk out of here, you can think about how we can be all in it together in the future. Maybe it'll take you a year to feel up to it. But that's just my hope. And then the final thing I want to say is I haven't given to the foundation yet. I have some leftover money in my pack. I'd like to give $1,000 on the 30th and have it be a match. And we can talk about what that can look like to help drive some other donations. But that's just money I have left over from my campaign. And I think all of you know, and I guess I'm saying, and I'm not planning to run again. So I would be happy to give as much of that money as I can to support that ethos that we're all in this together. And I can work on making a meaningful personal contribution too. But I think I need to put my money where my mouth is. And I haven't done that yet. So thank you both for your work, for being here. Thank you for your advocacy for your kids in your schools. And thank you for your advocacy for your kids in your schools. And I wish I had the right thing to say to make it so we could all walk out like holding hands and like being besties. And I know I can't, but that's what I wish I could do. Yeah.
I know, I feel like we're like, stop
Thank
fighting, you guys.
I mean, we have to acknowledge.
Yeah, and I just want to say I know that we're probably behind time, but I know that you've asked me, I know at least Chair Wong, to point out those moments that can sometimes live out in schools. And so I appreciated your closing comments, Director Split, because I do think, as you all know, we've been getting communication about this divisive nature that people are feeling. And we know that all the kids in all 81 schools are Portland public. And I just want us to have that same stance about all the communities that are across Portland. And there's a lot of folks out there that are feeling divided, and then that then plays out in our schools, and then our principals at the end of the day have to carry that load and sometimes feel othered or pushed out, maybe because they're not designated or not title or too wealthy or not wealthy enough. So I just wanted to just take this moment because I know you all as a board, and I know that you all care about all of the folks that are in our schools and the students, and I think the more that we put that in space, even after some hard conversations and disagreement and all the multiple truths that we hold, we come back to kids and their families, and that's why we're here. So I just wanted to recognize, lift that, and just underscore that this wasn't a conversation about one community over another, but more about, how we're going to get resources distributed in the best way possible. So, yeah.
Can I say one more thing?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Let me go to Dr. Engels.
Oh, we're still
I'll go
going
to you
around.
next.
We'll get.
Oh, no. We're not going around. We're just last comments, and then
No,
we're
I'm
going
glad
to.
you said what you said. Well, no, what we agreed on in our retreat was that we would go, like if there's clarifying questions and, if something has come up in the conversation, that we would have a second time if someone has something, so. No, it's very quick. It's very quick. I said there were two compelling things I heard. I just want to say that I'm very compelled by the fact that the superintendent of our school says that she wants to give as much money as possible, and I don't know, and that you came from a district that had a very successful foundation. And so I heard you say student first, and that you would like all the money everywhere possible. And I also heard you say, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. And then I also heard you say that you would like to help this work, but revisit it if it's not working. And then I believe I heard Vice Chair DePass say, well, maybe we look at it in a year. And so maybe we look at this in a year and then support as we can. That's all.
Dr. LaForte?
I just wanted to say to those in the room that are with their local school foundations, when I started in PPS, I guess 15 years ago, I chaired my local school foundation auction. And it was so much work. And I just want to acknowledge this idea that it's so easy, and it's not. It's incredibly hard. And it was very much the culture of many hands make light work. And what I loved about it is that there was an equity fund. I don't think I would have done it without, but as I've gotten older, I do, and I'm on the board for the fund. What I'm trying to say is we need your help for it to be successful. I want the fund to be successful, but I also feel I don't disagree with what my counterparts are saying up here, that it's not equitable, but we need everybody in this room coming up with a solution together. What will work? What will engage you? Is it a gala? That's, the board's talking about it at the fund, but I'm not being very articulate. It's freaking late, but I'm just saying, I see both sides so clearly, and I just want to acknowledge, all of the work that did go into raising that money. It was a lot. And I think there's a lot of key learnings that we can take from the local school foundations and use those to make the fund successful. And so I mean it when I say that we need to engage those families. And I don't want to alienate them. We need to be pulling them in. And that's what I want, so.
If I could just make one comment, and I don't know if this is on. Okay. I just want to say that everyone is here because we are so passionate about our learners, our students, and our communities. And whatever happens, we know that the destination that we all envision is shared and common. We want all students to rise together. That is Dr. Armstrong's motto. That is the DNA of Portland Public Schools. Now, the fund for PPS, we have a simple job. Our job is to raise money. We're going to raise money. We're going to do so in a way that will be as effective as possible. We will communicate clearly with you and all stakeholders about this process, and we will be transparent about when we're hitting struggles and when we need help. And right now, we do need help. We need the collaboration of every single person in this room, in this district, in order to make this successful. But it is possible. It is something that is not just aspirational. This is absolutely doable. This isn't a vision. This is a reality that can be achieved every day, including on Giving Day. So I encourage you all that we are acknowledging this is a complex issue. This is an issue with deep historical arguments. This is one that ties together a whole bunch of economic realities, none of which are easy. But the one thing we can agree on is that the students are worth investing in. The Fund for PPS is investing in our students, and I hope that you will join us.
Thank you.
And I would just like to thank all my, doesn't look like we're going to get our four votes, does it? But, you know, I appreciate your coming to me, and it was an honor to talk to all of you. And I know that you feel, I know you feel you want the whole district to thrive. I know you're not doing it just for your kids. You knew that some of it would be going to the fund. And so I just admire you for taking that step and coming to me, who's not the most articulate person on the board. There, I wish.
And please stick around if you want to chat after.
It. But anyway, it was really nice to meet all of you and all the work you put in. And I know you care about the whole district. You don't just care about your own school. But that was where you could start. So there's no reason there has to be animosity. This was a test for me, and I'm really glad that you made me do it, I think. and I've been really glad to hear from the other board members. And I really wish the fund luck. I truly do believe that a pause would have helped, but we'll see. Now, you can go even harder. No, you won't go harder. You were going hard anyway. So you'll do the best you can.
We look forward to your donation on Giving Day, Patty.
Well, I already gave, and I already wrote 10 letters, and I know at least one email said they gave. I don't know if everybody's going to say.
I know this.
I've done it.
This is public record, so I'm throwing this out there right now. I have no tattoos. I have lived in Portland for over 20 years, and I have no tattoos. That first tattoo will be for the school that raises the most money.
I like that.
That's incredible.
Okay.
Thank you. That's inspired me because I also have a blank canvas to work with too.
All right. Are there any other questions you have of either Nick or myself?
No.
All right. Thank
you
you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Nick.
Who's it? Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Sorry. All right. We still have our board reflections on right sizing. How so? And I think this should be the last thing on the agenda, unless there's other business committee and future agenda items you want to talk about. As I put that on the, that was on the agenda as a reminder that for the next board meeting, for those chairs of our committees should upload your report, if you have one, to board books, and then just present highlights. If you don't even have to present highlights if you don't want to. All right, so the next agenda item is our board reflections on the right sizing public engagements. So okay, go. Over the past 2.5 weeks, the board has held 5 community engagement sessions to hear from our community members. During that time, we've had a chance to hear direct feedback from those families about factors they would like us to consider when making decisions about right sizing our school. Tonight is an opportunity for us to start our reflection on what we heard during the engagement session and summaries to date from the polling results gathered from our participants. And then, but before we share our thoughts, I just want to hand it over to Superintendent first.
Yes, I want to also thank those who attended the 5 engagement sessions. I want to reiterate that we have not made any decisions at this stage. The stage that we're in is about listening, learning, and building shared understanding. And feedback from this phase and the conversation that you all will have tonight will help develop guiding principles for the board. And these principles will shape how future options are evaluated in the conversation. So appreciate and look forward to a robust 10:45 p.m. conversation.
All right, let's keep it if you're willing, let's do this quickly. So this is what, in terms of this step in the process, this is a part where we start formulating guiding principles as we develop this, and then it will eventually end up in a resolution that we vote on. But today is more just the board quickly going around and your thoughts on potential guiding principles that you would, based on the feedback that you've heard.
And as I appreciate that, I just want to go back. I'm not going to restate it, but my previous statement, and just words matter, people are listening, and there is a ton of anxiety held in communities about these conversations. And so I want to just preface the space with that.
Thank you. I guess it's my turn to go first, darn it. I want to first start thanking all the people who took the time to show up. I also know that there's a lot of people who were not able to show up, and it's very difficult to get their voices. It's sometimes impossible because, as we know, it takes staff, time, and money to do outreach to everybody. And I'm very concerned about the voices that we have not heard from. One thing I do want to reflect on is how these engagement sessions have changed my mind. I have been someone who has been very adamant and vocal about supporting our neighborhood schools. And one thing that I heard from these engagement sessions is that there are kids that go to focus option schools because they needed something different for their kid. And that's also very important to me. I know there's also some people who go to focus option schools for other reasons, but the ones that really spoke to me are the ones that said that they weren't able to find these services in their neighborhood schools. So I would like to pursue, but at the same time, the impact that some focus option schools on some neighborhood programs is very real. So one of the things I would like to explore is, it may not be, again, I want to be very careful about my words, not a closure solution, but potentially maybe a how the lottery is done, or a policy solution to mitigate the impact that that our neighborhood schools are concerned about. As a way to do that, and also looking at the impact, I guess it is 10:45, and I'm not able to articulate that very well. But I just want to be very creative in solving for the problem instead of taking a hammer thinking everything's a nail because you're a hammer. If I can articulate.
No, I think that was great. I think what I just heard you say is you're looking no longer at more so program-driven decisions, but the balance of enrollment of sites. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly.
So I was able to attend 2 of the sessions in person. The one at Benson, which wasn't very well attended because it was 75 degrees and sunny. And the one at Roosevelt last night. And then of course, online, the virtual option. And it was really interesting to hear from people and hear the tension between the focus schools and the neighborhood schools. That was a theme that throughout those engagements. We had asked, collectively to hear people's values and their concerns. And we asked, what does a well-resourced school look like? And I think, I have an early career as an interior designer, and so it's hard for people to imagine something that they can't see, which is why we take a class in rendering, so we can kind of show what you're going to end up with when you have a new kitchen or a bathroom. And I think that it would behoove us to perhaps consider some renderings as we get further, further along in the process. We heard from people, particularly last night, that, and I was selective hearing, I heard music, art, and library, because I think those are, just as important as rigorous academics. It's important for children and adults, humans to move and to get out and have some green space during the day. Music, I think, is it's foundational. I can't imagine an education without music. And then, of course, library is, absolutely necessary as well. I'd like to think that as we're talking about programs and consolidations and moving students around, that we are able to paint a picture of, a climate-controlled space that serves kids with rigorous programming. Just a picture of a well-resourced school, what that looks like. That means lots of adults in the space. We heard people wanting adults in the space. I'm really interested in hearing and getting the information from the Slidos, those polls that we took. And I know Roseanne's done an amazing job of following up with us, but I haven't read the results from last night's engagement. And it's late and I'm not being articulate either. I have notes about it being physically comfortable, so people are concerned about climate control and also climate change probably. So we want buildings that are, resilient and, natural light and
Director
clean
DePass,
spaces.
may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Since we have a
I'm
lot
just going on.
No. I know we have a lot of old buildings, and so I guess I just want to be able to make sure we're catching note of what you're saying. Is it focusing first on our buildings that are the newest and have the ability to heat and cool, because we know that the massive consolidation and closure won't result in new schools right away. So
I have a vision of school buildings, regardless of the age. They could be up to 100 years old, that have larger window openings, but in those openings they have double pane glass.
Okay.
So there's windows, fenestration packages that can open up at the top, and they're safe. You can't throw a rock through them, but they're double paned, and so it does reduce the temperature from the heat, the cool. So anyway, I'm thinking of physical spaces that have more wood. I'm thinking of natural lit spaces even in old buildings, and we have some of our recently remodeled schools already exhibit, like Franklin, for instance, has gorgeous glass. Benson, the same thing. So through these remodels, we've been able to bring in more light and climate control at the same time. I understand that we don't have a lot of money to spend on remodels, but perhaps if we combine a neighborhood and a focus group, there's opportunities to vision and implement some of those dreams. Also, just that I'm envisioning getting out of what the people call the city's doom loop by having great schools throughout the district, though just not as many. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit of a brain dump. Pulling up my notes. I attended all 5, and which was interesting because I feel like we consistently heard the same things. I didn't hear an enormous variation across all of the groups, and the 2 things that really rose to the top for me were the desire for arts to always be integrated into the curriculum, and the importance of reading supports and small reading groups. Those things were mentioned all the time at every meeting. We also did talk about, things like, outdoor time. The things that parents were talking about were, and some of you have heard me say this a couple times now, our board goals are K through 3 literacy, 5th grade math, and on track to graduate. And it made me recognize that we have kind of a hole in there, because what I'm hearing from parents is all the things that make a well-rounded experience at school, all the things that make their kids want to go to school. It is the one-on-one, it is the arts, it is lunchtime, all those things that I'm hoping that the school consolidations will make more accessible for all of our students, by right sizing, by, hopefully making our resources go farther. And again, I'm not being very articulate right now either. It is late. Facility condition is important to me. It's not the only thing. To your point, like there are things like light and design and things that just make kids feel good when they walk in the room. But I'm definitely thinking about that, which leads me to, I'll say this every time. We have 120 million sitting in the bank earmarked for Tubman, and I feel like this is an opportunity. Middle schools do not cost the same amount as high schools, so I would love to know what could happen for $120 million in that area during this process, because if we could get kids in a new building, that would just be spectacular. Gosh, I think that's about. I guess I will touch on the focus option neighborhood school thing. And Director Chase Miller, you really articulated it well. I think it was at Benson. I was sitting there thinking that maybe we should, increase. And I don't know how I feel, so I just want to be clear. Like, I do not know how I feel about this. We're going to get through this whole process. How could our neighborhood schools, be more like our focus option schools? Because I hear families, what they say about them, how great they are. But then you sat there and pointed out that there are great things happening in our neighborhood schools. And there are. I feel like we're just not quite hearing it as loudly. And that really stuck with me. And so that's something I'll be thinking about as I work my way through this process, that, that everybody loves their schools the same, even if they're not in the room. So that's kind of my North Star.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed. Most everybody seems to love their school, which was great. They're doing something right. At Kellogg, the group I was in was really concerned about being walking distance to their school, and feeling that if they weren't, the attendance would go down. Sometimes parents couldn't drive their kids to school, so that was very, very important to them, more than having a lot of different programs. Was having they had a clothes closet, they had a pantry, all the things that people needed, that they could feel comfortable there as neighbors. And one of the person in the group even said, because you had a choice to either go to the neighborhood school or I think a Spanish immersion program, and she said there was competition even then from kindergarten, where are you going to go, or even before kindergarten. So there seemed to be a little bit of competition, and better than to go to an immersion school. Then at Roosevelt, talked quite a bit with two people one from Buckman, well, both from Buckman, I guess, but also I talked to people from Sunnyside about having a neighborhood focused together. They seem to think that worked really well. Buckman people thinking they didn't quite have as many neighborhood people come in, so if they changed the boundary, they could get more neighborhood with their focus. And so it sounds like people are really open to a lot of different choices. I also noticed they were almost all primary. I didn't hear anybody advocate for middle school. It was more K-8 is most of the people that were there, and I was surprised about that.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Mm-hmm.
So what you're hearing in terms of advocacy, is there a guiding principle that you would elevate out of what you're hearing?
Yes, I guess it's, if there's a focus school, are people going there because they really want that focus, or are they not happy in their neighborhood school? And if they're not happy in their neighborhood school, why? So I guess I kind of want to know why focus schools are chosen.
Why
and,
families choose.
Yeah,
Okay.
and in fact, I know there's people who, even in their own family, they'll go to two different focus schools to meet the need of their different children.
Yeah.
So how those choices are made and why.
I can answer that many of our families start in, at least at the elementary, in focus programs, if that's what they choose, from the start. And so what I've heard is interest-based, right? Maybe it's arts or science focus or math focus. I don't know if there's a mindset that like neighborhood is bad, so I'll go focus, or focus is bad, so I'll go neighborhood. I think it's more on just, you know, an option of choices, and that's what folks choose. Yeah.
So,
but I think I hear you asking for data around choice, and I think we can lift that up, even if it's not a guiding principle, but you just want more information.
And also, I think there's long waiting lists, so maybe there's room to have more focus schools that, in fact, I asked for waiting lists for all the focus schools, which I think I'll be getting pretty soon. And if there's a demand for a certain focus, can we have more schools with that focus? Yeah.
Arts and science.
Or whatever, yeah. Very messy.
So before I talk about what I heard in terms of guiding principles, for me to fully be able to have that conversation, I still need to hear from families of color, from families of SPED students, from our immigrant families. So I hope that I know Nicole's working on getting some of that more focused engagement. And to our conversation at our last meeting, I can't like land on, I mean, I know we're not there yet anyway, but I won't be able to land on a set of guiding principles until we have some more representation in the conversation. I don't want to propose equity as a guiding principle, because I think we need to be more clear about what that means. I have the concern that we'll say equity is a guiding principle, but then we won't operationalize it, right? I think there are so many considerations to what is equitable in different situations, what is equitable for different communities, that I think that is too broad of a guiding principle. So I would like us to have that as a value, but when it comes to the principles, really be thinking about what that looks like in practice and in action. One example of that is that we have talked a lot about where kids are going to go. Are kids going to be able to stay in their school? Are they going to have to move to a different school? But I would like a part of this process to consider where the adults are going to go. How are we going to build staffing that supports the outcomes that we want to see? I'm thinking about some of our schools that are predominantly white, where Black kids specifically have a really bad time. And when I say bad time, I mean experience racism and do not have acceptable, adult support, or the actions that are taken are not adequate to the nature of the situation. So really looking at, like, you know, we have these schools and they might be high performing for some demographics of students, but if they're failing other demographics of students, what needs to happen in terms of the adults that are in that building to shift that trajectory? I don't know what we call that as a guiding principle, but it's something that I would like us to be thinking about and planning for. I would also like us to think about accessibility as a guiding principle and all of the things that means. We heard a lot about neighborhood schools that are important. My kid can't go to his neighborhood school because he has a physical disability and that building doesn't have an elevator. when we're thinking about environments and conditions and the state of buildings and how we're creating schools that will be welcoming and inclusive for every student, we need to think about those kinds of things. But accessibility also means something like isn't necessarily just limited to physical inclusion and accessibility from like a disability perspective, but the communities that we're bringing together and how we're supporting everyone in having access to the school as a community and really feeling that sense of belonging. Last thing I'm going to touch on is I also found my own opinions about focus option schools being challenged. I'm really interested in the idea of focus option schools that exist in neighborhood schools. And I mean, this is just literally making stuff up. But, you know, perhaps focus option schools that exist for each cluster, so that there are options within a community, but we're also not pulling kids out of their neighborhood or draining neighborhoods. My background is in early childhood education, and what I found when I was a teacher was that families were like, I want Montessori, I want Reggio, not even really knowing what that meant or what went into that, but it was better. Right? Like, I don't want just like Play-Doh and blocks at the table. Like, I want like some kind of more meaningful experience for my kid. And I think that is often why families choose a focus option school. Like, there's something, the idea, even if it's not the reality, that there's something more here that is not just in like the regular school. So I think there's two parts to that. Part of that is our ability to elevate our neighborhood schools and really tell the story of how much extraordinary happens in just the regular school. But also, like, why shouldn't each school have its own focus or its own thing that sets it apart? I mean, each school really does have that, whether or not there is like a pedagogy associated with it or an instructional framework that goes along with it. So those are just some of my ideas right now.
All right. I think I'm last. No, you get to go last. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just going to read something that I wrote down because I think it's funny how similar it is to something Rochelle said. My understanding is that staff are planning targeted outreach to hear from more diverse communities. Anyone could see that our great turnout did not reflect the demography of the district, and I won't be ready to move forward till that happens and we have that data in hand. So, seconding that. I want to read something. Oh, God, I'm so worried I closed it. Dang it. Hold on. Everybody, I'm so sorry. It's just late. I'm doing dumb things. Okay. I want to take a second to thank our staff, the people who led this work and who showed up. I was at 4 or 5 of the events. My husband's birthday was on the 5th, and I was hiking while you guys were doing that. No regrets, but I was very grateful to go to the 4. What I saw was staff who went through a lot. Each different event had like a completely different vibe and flavor, and often a different program. Sometimes terrible things happened and people had to act like everything was pretty cool and just keep moving because we had 300 people together to talk about something. We needed to move forward. So I just wanted to say how impressed I was with our team. I'm always impressed with them. And I want to read something. This came from an Odyssey mom. I'm not going to say her name, although maybe she's like, give me credit. I don't know. So I'm just not going to say. But I've been a parent in PPS for 13 years, 4 children, lots and lots of volunteering, advocacy, leadership roles, and all around devotion and love to our public school system. Last night was the first time I felt like our leadership in both the district office and on the board truly and genuinely heard and engaged so thoughtfully with the community. It felt honest, vulnerable, safe, and collaborative. Thank you to each of you for creating a space for parents to hold space in times of change and unknown outcomes. I thought that was like extremely high praise And that's like it for me. Like, I want more of that. And I'm just so grateful to you for fostering that, to your team for fostering that, for insisting on doing the best outreach. And when we don't do outreach right, we see what happens. And when we do, we see what happens. So I just really wanted to give kudos there. I'm not going to spend too much time sharing thoughts or ideas. I basically just keep sending things to this one and hoping she'll forward them to that one, and that they'll get around to the right people, and we'll see what happens. Radical candor has gotten me nowhere in Oregon politics. People generally like me, but are a little dubious about hiring me, I think. But I was radically candid about my feelings about protecting focus option schools in this process. I think every school should be something we talk about, but I think the focus option people heard that as this, they're gunning for my particular school. And I think we had outsized turnout from those communities because of me. And so I just want to say that I also learned a lot, but I also think that I drove outsized turnout, and we need to like probably remember that these people felt like they were on the defensive, whereas some of our neighborhood schools that we might even end up voting to close in the end may have not had anybody show up at these events because they didn't hear about it or whatever. And so because anybody who's got a kid at a focus option is automatically by default more plugged into the system, more aware of these things going on. That's the reason they knew about focus options and to send their kids to them. And I think there's lots of families that don't know about them at all. So I'm really interested in continuing that discussion, not about closing a specific one or anything, but how do we look at our focus options and make them more equitable? That's my big concern with them. When you look at the demography of our focus option schools, they just reflect that privilege of people who know the system, and often, kids from nearby lower income schools end up at those focus options. And so what I'm hearing is parents love them. So how do we make them more equitable is kind of my question for all of us. And I have lots of ideas that I won't say here because then people will freak out, and the radical candor thing. I'll just keep sending them to you, and you can send them to her, and then we'll just see what happens. But I do want to thank those parents for turning out, and I feel like I did learn a lot. And I also really think that because of that outsized representation of those schools, I really want to do due diligence on the K-8 thing, because I do feel like our email, I'm looking at a K-8 parent, our emails seem to indicate a lot of K-8 schools don't seem to like being K-8 schools, except for the focus options, maybe. So I just want to make sure that we don't necessarily take focus option K-8s to mean like all K-8s. And so I just want to make sure that we continue to kind of collect that data and look at what we're hearing from various other channels that maybe we didn't hear out loud about the 6th through 8th graders at K-8s. The final thing I want to say is someone came up to me last night, and it was absolutely true. We did not hear much about seismic, which I'm like, how weird is that, right? But I do just want to put it out there that whether or not, when we look at all the data, hopefully we'll see more about that and about building safety and comfort. And like the maintenance scores for buildings and all of that, because man, we have some buildings that probably should be retired. And I would love if the conversation kind of centered that more than maybe we heard from families at these hearings so far. So I just wanted to, I promised a person I would say that tonight because I totally agreed with them, and she had gone to multiple events and felt like it hadn't come up as much as she would have expected.
Just clarifying, so when you say that, you mean like a new build and then centering like a consolidation closure around a new build?
Oh, I mean, that would be like a dream, but not one we can do in 2 years. But I mean, like, if we know that there's, let's just say like, not to bring up two schools, but let's just say like school M and school L are nearby each other, and school L has like way more maintenance problems there. We have to do a bunch of seismic work, millions of dollars would need to be invested. But I forgot the letter I gave to the other school, but that other school is like a newer building and has room. I think we should be thinking like, maybe this older building that's got all these problems needs to be like that, shuttering that. I think that and putting them in those kids, or as many of them as we can, in that other school might make sense, So I just think censoring the buildings piece more than we've thought about it might kind of help a little bit with like the kids question, if that makes sense. I don't know. See, it's late.
No,
But-
it does. I think
yeah.
that's what Director DePass was saying. I think what I was trying to get at with what she was saying about the natural and the wood and the windows and the heating and air. I think just facility condition, I think maybe.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
thinking like that seismic plus, like, isn't there like a maintenance score or something? Like, we know that there's buildings that just are not in good shape.
I could see like safe, healthy, and clean as a guiding principle.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. And like, I think that it's like, it gives you that real fresh start vibe too. Like if you're taking a school that's just like not in good shape and you're saying like, we love your kids and we're sorry to be doing this to your community, but your building is not safe, healthy, and clean. And so let's get you to a new building. You'll feel like a fresh start. So I think there might be like such a benefit of moving that it will feel better for those schools. Anyway.
Perhaps that could be a guiding principle, the safe, healthy, clean, but also I'm just losing my train of thought. Sorry, because it's late.
I'm sorry. I want to move on.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to interrupt because it is almost midnight. So.
Yeah.
I don't want to have a discussion.
Yeah. I'm just saying I agree with you. I think the facility. Can I just get one more thing? And that's that as a guiding principle, we should perhaps consider if we're looking at a choice between several schools, the one that is the most adaptable to adaptive reuse.
I'll be quick.
Go.
Okay. I would also like to hear from more people. I asked Nicole, I asked a couple people, I would really love to see the Slido sent out to our entire community because I don't really want to just hear from people who are able to come to our 5 listening sessions. I don't know, it should just go out to everybody. And I want to hear from more people, and that's why after I went to Kellogg the next morning, I sent you that email saying, can we please have one in Northeast and one in North, because it's so far to get down to Kellogg, and you responded right away, and then at the next board meeting, there were dates. So the Slido going out feels like a next good step to engage people who just simply can't, don't want to, don't know about it.
Is that just because I know we have some dates to where we want to bring a draft of the guiding principles. Are you thinking, because there will be more engagement as we work through the process, when you all are saying hear from people, do you want to hear from more people specifically? I think this is yes. I just want to clarify because I know MC's taking notes. You want to hear from more people before you decide on you all's guiding principles as a board?
I mean, I think that's what the board decided last time, that we wanted to try to have as many before we,
Okay, because I that's great, and I know that we're gonna look to put some information out electronically and get information in. Is that acceptable, or were you all thinking listening sessions? Because before you answer that, I just have to warn that we're on this really tight line already.
I was thinking electronically, but Nicole did say, Ms. Watson did say that she was working on getting into living rooms, into schools where we haven't heard from people. So,
and that could be getting in and surveying, but not pulling full board in. Okay, just because the deliverable is okay.
Right. What I heard at a few of them, and I was lucky enough to go to all of them, was that people want to know that if and after we do this, that we're going to end up with something a lot better than what we have instead of just less of what we already have. And by that, people were saying they want to know that they're going to have lower class sizes instead of less schools with the same size class sizes. They want to know that they're going to have all the specials, that they'll have EAs and paras. That's what people were saying. In fact, one person at Benson, one of the very few who showed up, unfortunately, because it wasn't published, unfortunately, said that, we really like our school, even though we only have half a librarian, we really like our school. And so that was something that I heard a few times. Because I think if we end up with just less of what we have already, that people are going to leave, and then it's a vicious cycle, and then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy where we're back here 5 years from now with a more declining enrollment, and what do we have to do next? And that was something that I heard people mention.
I've asked for some data, which is going to be really helpful for me to understand. We don't know who the families are until they apply to lottery schools or in kindergarten. So I would like to know how many of the families who are applying to our lottery schools and then don't get in, don't stay in PPS. Because I've heard a couple of times said that maybe people think it's better to go to X, and if you don't get X, well, I don't want to go to my neighborhood school, so I'm going to go elsewhere. And we have this data set of families who are applying to a lottery school and then perhaps leaving PPS. And so we can see how many people are thinking this, that our neighborhood schools aren't as good, which is not true at all. And I also have asked for data about what happened after we've done school closures or consolidations before, specifically when Marshall closed forever ago, when Edwards closed in the early 2000s, and then most recently when Bridger Creative Science consolidated. And this came into my mind when I was talking to someone there who said, when we first started, we were this big, and then slowly we're back down because people are leaving because they just didn't like the big classes that we ended up with, big class sizes. So I think we have data sets out there that can help us navigate to make this a process that ends up working instead of one where people go. And so that's all for me.
Great, thank you. Sounds like you have a lot to work with. All right.
There was a Buckman parent who specifically asked at the listening session, and someone else said Buckman and Sunnyside. I learned that they're half neighborhood and half lottery, and so if the neighborhood shrinks, the lottery necessarily shrinks as well. And so the Buckman people were saying, we have capacity for all of the people on our wait list in our lottery system, so if we let them all in, suddenly our school would start thriving, and then maybe more people would move in. So they were saying, do we have to be stuck with an exact 50-50, or can we negotiate that? So that would be something I would like to explore.
Yes, a lot of trade-offs. All right, moving on to our second to last, I do have, yes, I actually have some news about Sun Schools I want to share before we leave. But before we do that, is there any items that you would like to request on a future agenda?
I've got a couple. I've got, at our last meeting, I think it was Resolution 7291, it was the public contracting policy, that some of the information that we asked for, some of the legal information was not correct. So I would like to know the process for bringing that back to the board to reconsider. There's an email in your inbox.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just talking off the cuff here. Usually the usual process is it goes to policy committee and then gets referred out. But since we did vote on it recently, and I think it was 7-0 vote, so this question would go for.
But it was with wrong information. The information was not correct.
So
I think it would have
the
impacted
question
some
then
votes.
goes to the rest of the board. Is there enough board interest to put it back on the agenda for a revote?
I think that's what she's asking for.
Right. So that's what I'm
To put
asking.
it on
How
the
many
agenda
people?
to talk about it, because I
Right.
don't think everybody knows what.
So do you want me? Okay. So to put it on the agenda to present.
Shouldn't we just
Yeah.
send it? Would it be okay for it to just go to policy committee if that's going to be the? It sounds like, just to recap
it's
for
a
everybody,
pretty-
it's just taking existing practice and codifying it.
No, it's not.
Oh, so this is different than the email we got from Sharon? Okay, never mind. I was wrong about the item, I guess.
Well,
I think it
we
is
basically, we voted to remove the codification from the policy with the legal advice that it was already covered by Oregon statute, and it is not. So that would have changed my vote.
So I think it is 11:30 at night. That's not actually quite what you all voted on. So how about if I send you all a summary of a memo, because you didn't do anything in that resolution that changed any practice that exists. And I think this is probably, I contributed to it by trying to give you an answer about a statute without pulling the statute beforehand. But let me send you a memo outlining what you did so you're clear. I'll defer to you all on what you want to do from that, but I don't want to leave it unclear that you didn't change.
I understand
anything.
the difference between policy and practice, and I would not have voted to change the policy. So, and I'd ask the question.
So are you okay with waiting for the memo first for the clarification?
I have the clarification.
But I think for all of us, I think for all of us to have that clarification, and I think that would be helpful.
Sure, I can send that
And
tomorrow.
then-
That doesn't change, that doesn't need to change what you all may want to do. I'll send you that outline tomorrow.
So you're requesting an agenda item to discuss whether we want to revote or change this policy?
I mean, I'm wondering if we have to revote, if we had information, like legal information that was, I'm not doing this or anything. I'm just being, I'm not blaming anybody. It's just, it's not what this is about. I think that we have to revote because the information we had was incorrect.
And I think
So
that
I'm not sure, sorry, I'm just trying to clarify your ask. Are you asking for an agenda item to discuss it first and then potentially move it to another agenda to vote? Or you want it on the next agenda to vote? So that's where I'm getting confused.
I mean, I don't know, I don't know how that would work. Like, can we revote? Can we bring it back to?
So procedurally,
Do
we
we know
would talk
procedurally?
about it we would put on the agenda.
Okay.
We would talk about it. We'd have to move to, I think, put a motion on the table, discuss.
You need to
And
have
revote?
if you want to reconsider what your vote was, you need to have a motion and then have a second and a vote associated with it. That's what you would need to do if you want to reconsider what you voted on in 7291.
And then the other question I have is then, do we have at least 3 people that want to talk about it, or do we want to wait until we get the memo for clarification?
Here's my vibe on this. I think that it doesn't need to be on an agenda if it's a motion to reconsider. I think somebody could make the motion. So I think that it's not something, so I think let's just pop it on the agenda, have the motion to reconsider. We'll get the memo in between now and then and just settle it. I don't want to talk about it and then settle it later. And I don't think a motion to reconsider has to be on the agenda. So I think let's just put it on because we're civilized people. And rather than having somebody have to do like a disruptive motion that they could make in a parliamentary procedure situation. So I'd rather just put it on and knock it out.
Great, so we
And
will.
so I will be a second, and then if anybody else likes that too.
Okay, so we have a really full agenda next meeting. So maybe the meeting after, we could put it on. We'll just do, I suggest what Director Split put. Let's just put the policy on the agenda. And if someone wants to put a motion to revote, we can do it then.
Okay.
Sounds good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll get clarity on it, because obviously
In the
we
meantime.
don't have clarity.
Yeah.
So
So if you want to
you-
change,
you-
you'll have
you-
an
No,
opportunity
that's
to change
fine.
your vote.
I was just going to say, in putting the policy on the agenda, I would also like not just the new policy, but the red line of the old policy that we voted on, because I remember Director Sullivan looking at the red line and saying, I'm concerned about taking this much out, and that's when the conversation started about it being codified. So I would like both what we've now voted in and the red line.
All right, new policy plus red line.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
And then I would love a 101 on the new pool RFP process. We're approving a lot of contracts, and it sounds like it's going to change a lot of, many of the contracts the boards would normally see and approve. It changes that process. I think we need to understand it since like I said, we are the local contract review board. We need to understand the process. So I would like that. I think we do.
So this is informational, correct?
Yes.
Well, there isn't a change you want. I'm sorry. Say what you want again. Is
Kind of
there-
like basically a 101 on the pool RFP process. As we
Okay.
get these contracts to approve. I understand how they work.
Okay.
But I think I would love to make sure that we all understand how they work, and I would like to see that matrix.
Okay, it's from purchasing and contracts, the matrix on the scoring on the way we do the
Once-
process.
yeah.
Okay, because I just wanted to lift up that we've always done the pool. I think Presidio back on December 2nd was a break from the multiple people coming in to bid on a specific thing and going with one, but they're using a model. And then the other thing that I'll just say is that we'll probably see a lot of those as there's 3 builds happening. But Maybe I'll send an email because I just want to make sure we know what to get you exactly. Okay.
Perfect. And then I
Wait,
want
hold on. Wait.
Oh,
First, you're requesting that to be on the agenda, but first we need to see if there's 3 board members
I don't.
that are interested on the agenda.
Is
Unless
that our policy?
unless you just want informational. Okay, then that's fine. Then we're good to go.
And the other thing would be our board budget for whoa.
It's time to go.
2 things. One, what do we want to do with remaining funds for this year? And even though as a district there are no remaining funds, I know that I'm sure anything that's been planned for is already still there. I checked with Michelle, like how do we want to handle that? And then also, how does the board budget planning for next year work? Do we do that together? How does that work? Since we're in the middle of budgeting, or almost in the
Okay.
middle of
Well,
budgeting.
that sounds informational too. I think we can pop that somewhere and have that discussion.
Yeah.
Sure.
Deborah Kfouri, Chief of Staff. The board budget is developed by the board manager, and it's in your budget books. We're happy to go over it with you, but it's already in the budget. You obviously get to vote on it as a part of the larger package. If you want to during one of these upcoming budget hearings, if you want a specific time spent on the board budget, your specific budget, we can do that. I will say whatever funds are left over in any of the budgets at the end of the year go into the ending fund balance, which is the reserves, the contingency, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, you don't get to carry it over to the next year. And then it's all part of the 5% at the end. So, and I'll also say you've already probably gone over the budget if close to this year because of the number of trainings that we've had and very crucial and important and worthy retreats. But we're happy to get you the details on that information as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have something?
Oh, I was just going to say that if there is anything, which it sounds like there won't, I was really glad to hear an update that it sounds like Earthshock has been resolved. I sent a couple of emails to Roseanne, and I'm grateful that it has, but also I'm sure it costs unexpected money. And so if there is anything in our board budget left, it could maybe go to covering those costs of the important event.
All right, thank you. The last thing I have is an update regarding Sun Schools. So just want to take a moment to recognize the importance of Sun Community Schools, which stands for Schools United, Uniting Neighborhoods. Our Sun Community Schools plays a critical role in building strong school communities by connecting our students after school enrichment, academic supports, and summer learning opportunities. So the bottom line here is last week we learned that the chair of Multnomah County proposed a $1.2 million reduction to Sun Community Schools funding as part of its budget process. The final decision will be made on June 4th. So while this is only still a proposed reduction, I was wanting our board to be clear that our school communities cannot withstand any more cuts. And Sun Schools are instrumental to building safe, connected, and thriving school communities. This is especially important at a time when the county is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in preschool for all. So it's deeply concerning that resources may be pulled away from children and families as soon as the students reach school age. Cutting the program also raises serious concerns for families trying to plan for the summer. If these cuts move forward, they would take effect just before summer break, leaving many families stranded without childcare, enrichment, or support options. And finally, Sun Schools are a critical lifeline for many of our families living in especially fear of increasing immigration enforcement. And so therefore, our Sun Schools provide trusted support for our families that are honestly afraid to leave their homes. And this includes things like food deliveries, community resources, and stable places for our kids. So I'm proposing that us as a board, we send a letter to the county urging them to restore any proposed cuts to Sun Community Schools.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it seems like we have everybody saying yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We will work on that. Thank you, everyone. This meeting's adjourned right before midnight.